60, 100, 140. Okay?
very good morning, darts fans, and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League for Thursday now. And double sessions are coming your way, not just today, but tomorrow. Here in week 2 of Phase 4. We have one player through to the Saturday night finals already by the skin of his teeth. That was Josh Payne yesterday. But today, we will start Group C in a matter of minutes, and then later on tonight from 10 p.m. we will have some action from Group B as well. 5 players tonight and 6 players this morning, going through to around lunchtime, where we will find 2 players coming through this group over the next couple of mornings. Before we start today, we'll have a little look back at Group A from the last couple of days to see how that went. Josh Payne did find himself at the top spot, but it was a real slugfest all day yesterday. At one point, we had 5 players on 8 points and only 1 player on 10 points. In the end, it was Matt Jackson who was relinquished from the first position in the table by Josh Payne beating Graham Hall in the very final game of the day. So, Graham Hall, because he didn't win that match, is now demoted to Group C. We'll see him in the very first game of the day against Ryan Finesse. And what will we see from the other fixtures? Let's have a little look to see what's coming up over the next few hours. Lisa Ashton will be back. Dave Pallett joins us. He's going to be up against Colin Osborne in match number 2. And we will see Conan Whitehead back here at the Online Darts Live League for the first time in 2022. It's been too long since we saw the man from Kent. He was very, very good in 2021. I just wonder what he's going to serve up here when he comes back into Group C. So without further ado, let's get down to the hockey to see what the players are up to in their preparations. And let's see our first 2 opponents of the day, Ryan Finesse and Graham Hall. That is Graham Hall, who this morning reliably informed me that he is not from Redditch. He is from Stratford-upon-Avon. But we definitely know that the 28-year-old Ryan Finesse is from Salisbury. He has been a bit of a regular fixture here at the Live League for a good 12 months now. Graham Hall has been with us this week and one previous week, and he's shown some very good stuff. We have got a change of referee today as well. Over the next 3 days, we've got the company of the great
First
Paul
leg,
Hicks.
Graham to throw first. Game on.
So here we go then. Everything from here starts from scratch. All of the points won over the last couple of days are scrubbed.
140.
5 matches today per player. 5 matches tomorrow per player. It's exactly the same format as Group A. However,
57.
in this group, if you finish in the top 2, you will make your way through to the finals. Josh Payne has earned himself a couple of days off before we see him again on Saturday night from 10.
60.
The likes of Hall, Osborne and Ashton have to come back to do it all again.
60.
As for Graham Hall's week, he has put in some very tidy statistics, averaging 94.26 for the entire week. He's had 15 maximums as well. That's the most of any player. Only the 1 ton plus out though.
180.
You don't have to wait too long for the first maximum of Thursday. That comes from Ryan. I think if you were looking for a favourite in this game, I would put Graham Hall as a marginal favourite based on form. But you can never write this guy off.
55. Graham Newcar 116.
Hall is still favourite for this first leg. $60 still needed.
60.
Ryan Newcar get there, and Finesse has got a bonus opportunity here to take leg 1 against the throw. doesn't quite get there on that second treble that he required.
89, Graham Yoquan 56.
And if you are going to make it through this group, these are the kind of chances that you can't miss.
Game
And he
shot on the
doesn't
first
miss.
leg. Graham Hall.
That's a very tidy start. 18 darts, 6 visits. Not the greatest shot at tops, but the double 10 was bang on.
Second leg round to throw first. Game on.
I mentioned that this is Graham Hall's second visit here to the Live League. Ryan Finesse
100.
has had recent success. He played in week 3 of the previous phase. And on the Saturday night when he made the finals, he won.
96.
Didn't get the phase win though. That belonged to Robert Owen. In fact, that went to Stephen Burton. I'm thinking of phase 2. I do beg your pardon.
58.
Phase wins this year for Jim McEwen, for Robert Owen and Stephen Burton. Who's going to add their name to that list?
140.
We have 3 players already qualified for Champions Week, which will start on the 5th of July. Their names are Robert Owen again, Robert Thornton, the World Senior Champion,
140.
and Gavin Carlin. We will put 3 more players through to Champions Week come the end of Saturday night. Hall's going to stay downstairs potentially, but the 60 is another option.
98.
Perfectly done. Excellent darts from Finesse. Looking at the treble 17.
137. Graham Yoquan
For
167.
a second there, he was in a little bit of trouble in this second leg. Now the destiny of this leg is in his own hands.
97. Ran Yoquan 66.
Just for a moment, he was a bit hesitant on that single.
46. Graham
He may have been
Yoquan
wondering
70.
whether 20 and double 18 is what he wanted. Hall can steal in 5 visits here for his second leg on the board.
$54.
And that's very unfortunate.
Ran Yoquan 20.
Bullet dodged by the man from Salisbury. Lovely guide for 10s.
Game shot on the second leg.
Not that he
Ran
needed
Furness.
it. It was precariously close to that double 6. But you'd rather it be closer to that double 6 than the double 15.
Third leg Graham to throw first. Game on.
Steady stuff you can see from the players right there. And it has to be said, the standard of Group A this week has
44.
been exceptional. Maybe the best Group A that I've ever seen because of the tight nature of the points going towards the end of the campaign. But the whole week has seen an average of 89.19, which is a good 2 points above what we've seen from every player this year at the Live League. 64 maximums
57.
coming into today. That's a really good effort with 16 ton plus outs. Biggest finish of the week so far belongs to Kevin Painter, 150.
93.
We still haven't had that elusive 9 darter in 2022. I just wonder if it's going to come by the end of this week.
100.
Maybe if I stop talking about it, it will come. Standard yesterday was slightly down on Tuesday, but not by much.
134.
Only 1.2 points, which isn't a great deal. Maybe a sign of the pressure that all of those players were under in that very tight group.
140. Ran your car 134.
Lots of options on this. Traditional route there for Ryan.
58. Graham, your car
Doesn't leave the double.
160.
So Hall is very much not out of leg number 3. Could be very much in it. Could win it.
140.
That was a tremendous effort there from Graham. But as it stands, Finesse has got another shot at tops. This time for a break of throw.
56. Graham, you acquire 20.
That double top bed does not want to be hit. The double 10 bed has been hit twice already in this match. That lie is horrible. He's got to go way left, out of shot, or high.
10.
That was a very difficult dart.
Ran you acquire 20.
He's not able to find the target. But Ryan Finesse can find it.
Finesse.
And that is a vital break of throw because he needed to break in this match. Now that he's got it, can he consolidate?
Fourth leg, Ryan to throw first. Game on. $100.
I think it is very fair to say that Ryan Finesse likes playing here. Some players take a bit of time to warm to it.
60.
This is their first meeting here. But then again, Graham Hall doesn't have a great deal of live league experience. This is only his 19th match.
115.
This is Ryan Finesse's 96th. He will play his 100th game here later on in this schedule. In fact, when he plays Lisa Ashton
100
at around about 20 to 2 local time, or possibly a little bit later, that will be his century up.
42.
He's got a little bit of time to go before he catches Colin Osborne, who, when he plays against Dave Pallett after this, is playing his 284th game.
140.
That is, of course, over the last couple of seasons. Osborne is approaching 100 for this year alone.
98.
One of the funniest stats when it comes to Ryan Finesse is that his 2022 personal best average of 106.07 is 100th of a point behind his overall personal best of 106.08. He's in danger of losing his throw immediately after breaking Hall. And from this position, he should be broken. That's a good miss in the end. You'd rather hit the treble than the single. This way you're going at the outer ring instead of the bull.
And
this time tops is found.
Graham Hall.
And that break does come straight back for Graham Hall. A very nice rebound after losing leg 3.
Fifth leg, Graham to throw first. Game on.
You just sense today is going to be one of those days with a lot of 4-3s.
140.
You look at the schedule, and there are people who have played well this week. Of the others, there are people who have played well recently.
60.
You'd have to say that maybe Conan Whitehead has the biggest question mark against his name, because we haven't seen a great deal of him on any circuit really over the last few months.
180.
Second maximum of the match, and that tally is now equalised, as you can see via that graphic.
44.
And what can't be ignored is that Graham Hall is fast becoming that player who constantly has good averages, but he still hasn't found his way
60.
through a group. He's played in 2 groups. He's averaged well over 94 in both groups and hasn't qualified
140.
through either of them.
Graham Newcar,
That
121.
has to change. After Group C this week, there are no more chances. Single 18 once again.
81.
Leaves tops. He is very much in the ascendancy now.
$60. Graham Newcar,
Finesse is
40.
losing his grip on this game after being in the ascendancy himself at 2-1 up.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Someone's
Graham
starting
Hall.
to find tops as well. 3-2 up is Graham Hall, and he is looking very likely with that bouncy step towards the end of the room to getting
6
the
leg
win.
round to throw first. Game on.
You always see that from players. When they're feeling good, their stride just looks a bit more confident.
83.
Remember, it's 5 matches each player today. We split them into 5 different rounds.
100.
Graham Hall's shift today is not as long as yesterday or the day before. Well, he started in game 1 and also
140.
finished in game 15. Today, he finishes in game 14, so he'll finish maybe 20 minutes earlier.
100.
And like I always say, in these 2-day groups, you have to do enough on day 1 to be in contention for day 2.
180.
180, number 3 of the match, and Ryan Finesse is leading that stat now by 2-1. Please remember, if you are choosing to have a little flutter today,
57.
over
Brand new
18s
require
only.
98.
please gamble responsibly and go to begambleaware.org for more information. Double 16 for 3-3.
66.
And I said that we could have a lot of 4-3s today. We might be about to go to our first one.
$100. Brand new require 32.
Double
Game shot
16
on the
is
sixth
found,
flag.
and we
Ryan
are going
Furness.
the distance. But it is Graham Hall who retains the throw, and I have no idea who's winning this leg, so down to the board, let's find out who it will be.
Seventh and final leg. Graham to throw first. Game on.
There have been breaks in this match. There have been holds. It could all be about who's leading after 9 darts.
100.
That has been the case in the last 2 legs.
$100.
More often than not, games like this are won with a 15 darter. If you can find a 5-visit leg and you've got the darts, you will win.
135.
And Graham Hall is on course for that.
$100.
Finesse is only half a dart behind. Staying aggressive
99.
and thinking clearly. He now has a 2 treble visit lead.
$60.
Over
Graham
the last
Yokar
couple of days,
167.
Graham Hall has started our campaign and has lost the first match of the day both times. He's looking to change that.
$83.
And he is still on course for that 15 darter.
$60. Graham Yokar 84.
Via that troubleless visit, Ryan Finesse has given Graham Hall the comfort of 15 to 18 darts to get this job done. Double 8.
68.
And that was almost job done. Been a very steady encounter. The average for Hall just shy of 94.
Graham Newquart, 16.
Finesse just shy of 90. Graham's hit 3 doubles from 11 attempts. He only needs one more. Has had some issues in this corner.
Game
But
showing
finds
the match.
his way
Graham Hall.
to an 18 darter to get the first 2 points of the day. You can sense the relief on the face of Graham, who does get that win via that 91.84 average. It's a very good performance. He always seems to find something in those kinds of games. A very, very tough person to beat. But Finesse, we'll see more of him later, like we will with Graham. Dave Pallett and Colin Osborne will have their first battle in Group C. That's coming up right after this short break. Second match of today's schedule is about to begin, and Colin Osborne will take on Dave Pallett in a best-of-7 leg match to see who can join Graham Hall on 2 points. Let's welcome back to Dave Pallett, the man noted for his unpredictable thinking when it comes to approach shots and out shots. A lovely shade of purple today for Colin Osborne, the 46-year-old from the Borough. It says hometown Newport. Has he moved? He's originally from Shropshire. He moved to Northamptonshire. Maybe he's moved again. He is wearing Northamptonshire maroon.
First leg, David to throw first. Game on.
Let's see if he can get a win in his first game of the day. Dave Pallett has always been a very talented player throughout his younger days.
137.
And now he still is. This is his third visit to the Live League. Had a little bit of action last
99.
year. Has made it to the Saturday finals on a couple of occasions. But he's not been able to get to Champions Week yet.
140.
His overall performance has been very good indeed. If we look at his whole career here, 36
55.
games played, 21 wins. And a win percentage very, very close to 60%. That's up there with the elite of the players.
180.
And he is noted as a big 180 hitter.
125. David Dugar, 44.
Doesn't take him long to get to 44. How about tops?
24.
Doesn't get the 12 darter, but will be back.
$41.
Bit of a slow start here for Colin. Just trying to get a sighter. As Pallet should take this leg, and does,
Game shot on the
in
first
14
leg.
darts.
Pallet.
If he plays at that pace, and he plays with that quality, he could be a very hard person to beat all day long.
Second leg, Colin to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, personal best average for Pallet so far in the Live League, 105 exactly. That's something he has hit
59.
this year. And he has been extremely consistent when he's played here. His overall average for all of his games is 90.12. And if you add 0.3 of a point onto that, that's what he's done this year.
77.
I would like to say that when you average over 90, that could be enough to win your group or get through. But if you look at Graham Hall, who averaged over 94
81.
this week in Group A, that wasn't good enough to finish in the top 3. One
140.
thing these guys have got in common is that they both have had a 170 checkout in their Live League career. Osborne's got a couple. And the only other person in this group to have done that is Conan Whitehead, who we will see for the
45.
first time against Lisa Ashton after this. This is better from Colin.
180.
He has definitely got his act together in leg 2.
$59.
That's
Colin
Collins.
Dugar, 45.
12th 180 of the week. Not a bad effort. That was supposed to be a 5.
Game shot on
That
the
was
second
supposed to be a
leg.
double
Colin
16,
Osborne.
and it is. I was a little bit perplexed for a second there. I think Colin was as well. That 12 was right in the middle.
Third leg, David to
It's
throw
almost
first.
as if
Game on.
he wanted to go 12-1 double 16. I assure you, he didn't.
60.
Colin finished 5th in Group A this week. Managed to get 4 wins and 6 losses, but a lot of his losses were
100.
4 legs to 3. Checkout percentage of 36 and a bit percent, which is pretty good.
100.
It's above the average, which is around about 34%. Running average of 88.1. But he was the
93.
only person in all of Group A not to register a 3-figure average all week, which is quite interesting. But he did get very close. PB for the week, 99.58.
100.
And this game is very tightly fought. One leg all, 180 each, and averages are very similar.
140.
It's like I said. This is going to be one of those groups that's going to have a lot of close games.
140.
That's a dart that needs to be erased. Not the second one, the first one.
125. David
He has
Ducal,
had a couple of wild single 12s this week in going for the treble 20. There's
Colin
the
Ducal,
first sign of that unconventional thinking from Dave Pallett. On 82 left with 2, we went for triple 18. Double 15 for Osborne.
28. David Ducal, 48.
Conventional behaviour from Pallett this time.
Getting shot on the
And
third
a very
leg.
good win
David Pallet.
in 17 darts. And you may ask me why he went for 82 on treble 18. I don't know is the answer.
Like Colin to throw first. Game on.
I stopped trying to figure out Dave Pallett many years ago. After the first time I ever played him, where he
123.
He absolutely walloped me. And his final shot of the game, and I'm not someone who remembers a great deal of matches from my career, but I remember the funny things.
58.
I remember Dave Pallett extending his hand to me after he hit a 129 checkout. And when he hit it, it made me laugh because he hit a bullseye,
135.
a treble 19 and a double 11. And he did some similar stuff to that previously in the match. It's just how he thinks.
180.
Very good stuff from Pallett. He looks very comfortable today. That's now his second maximum of the match.
40.
He's always been a very good technician. You can see that lovely poise just before every throw. But he only has one micro fault. And that is, on dart 3, he tends to lean over a little early. He needs to deliver that third dart, then retrieve it.
105.
It's a common fault.
David Ducal, 123.
Well, there's the 3. I will be holding my breath a lot today with Dave.
83. Colin
To see
Ducal,
where he
98.
goes with his first dart on shots like that. Double 12 for Osborne to equalise.
86.
That
David
was
Ducal,
super
40.
close. Tops should be in. And
Game shot on
is.
the fourth leg. David Pallet.
That is a nice break of throw for Pallett, and he is now a firm favourite to get his first 2 points of the day here against Osborne.
Fifth leg, David to throw first. Game on.
Look at the proximity around that 60. Even with the darts that miss.
140.
This is a very good display from the former England international.
$54.
If you ask people in my position who have watched a lot of European Tour darts, especially in the PDC, about one of their favourite funny moments,
56.
If you've never seen Dave Pallett's rejection of a 170 finish, it is genuinely one of the most belly-filling laugh moments in European Tour
100.
history. Because he hits the 2 treble 20s, he goes to the crowd, waves them on, says, yeah, give me some noise, and then he goes up and hits a single 18. It is genius.
180.
Just like that visit. Osborne has been hit hard here. And if that 125 goes,
David Ducan, 120.
this will be the first ton plus average of the day. Double top.
105.
Not quite, but he will return.
$64.
Just
David
hasn't been
Ducan,
there for
20.
Colin in this first game of his day. But it
Game
has
shot on
been
the
there
match,
for
David
Pallet,
Pallet.
who puts in a bit of a message to the entire group. That is really, really accurate. And he may take some stopping if that is something to go by. The doubles were good. The checkouts, 48 being the biggest, that's a bad sign for his opponents because he's obviously scoring well and the average does tell the story. Lisa Ashton was very, very good in Group A. And Conan Whitehead we haven't seen for a while, but we will see both of them in match 3 shortly after this. Hello and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League for Thursday in Group C. We will now close off round number 1 with the first game of the day for Conan Whitehead and Lisa Ashton. Lisa was very competitive in Group A. She did finish towards the basement of the table, but now she's up against an England teammate. Obviously, they didn't play in the same team because there is a ladies' team and a men's team, but Lisa has played for England consistently for the last 2 and a bit decades. Conan is back, and we haven't seen him here all
First flag is
season
Lisa
long.
to throw first. Game on.
Maybe a long overdue 2022 debut here at the Live League. But whenever he does play here,
100.
he gives everything he has. Pulled up a century of games in 2021, 102 in fact. 55 wins.
41.
Solid win percentage of around 54%. A running average of 86. He's what
60.
I would call a very dependable player in this format. He'll have the odd spectacular display.
100.
But if you look at the overall average of all of the players and what they have done, he's pretty much right there.
121.
The average is right there. The doubles are right there at 34%. He's what you expect from a Live League player.
140.
And I mean that in the nicest possible sense. As for Lisa, she's very much
55.
the same. Her running average is only 0.5 above that of Conan at 86.7.
100.
They have a very similar Live League career checkout percentage at 34%. The only thing different between these two is that Conan has a more likelihood
85.
of winning matches.
Conan, you look on
His
120.
win percentage is 10% better than Lisa's. It's not going to be a Shanghai finish
55.
to start things off.
Lisa, you look 80.
Ashton is looking for 80 to start her campaign in 6 visits. And that's
Game
exactly
shown
what
the
she
first
finds.
flag, Lisa Ashton.
It's a good job she checked that with Paul Hinks. She wasn't sure if she jagged a double top with that second dart, but she got double top on dart 3.
Second leg, Conan to throw first. Game on.
Lisa's performance this week has been pretty similar, in fact,
81.
to her overall Live League career from this year. Running average of 86.5. 3 maximums, 4 ton plus checkouts,
60.
including a 145 from yesterday in the first game of the day against Graham Hall. That was absolutely brilliant. Her doubles are down a little bit this
100.
week. She's at 30%. So if we're micro-analysing what she's done, she was better yesterday on doubles than she was
100.
on Tuesday. So she is trending in the right direction. And when she's had her best run here, which was the runner-up on Saturday night
140.
in week 4 of Phase 1, she got better and better as the week went on.
40.
As for Conan's career, he's had 2 weekly wins.
24.
And they came in very close proximity to each other. Back in week 3 of Phase 2 last year, and week 1 of Phase 3.
81.
So
Conan, you can't
he won
156.
2 weeks in a matter of 4.
60.
Ashton is very much still in this leg if she can find a ton plus shot right now.
100. Conan, you require 96.
Just puts a little bit of pressure on Conan's position. Double 8.
88. Lisa, you
gets a
require
bit of a
120.
Free look here at her own Shanghai, which Conan was unable to finish off in the previous leg. Same result for Lisa.
100. Conan, you require 8.
Double 2.
Game shot on the second leg. Conan Whitehead.
Very, very good. 20 darts is enough for leg 2. It's not the best leg, but when you haven't been here in a while, you just want to get that first leg out of the way.
Third leg, Lisa to throw first. Game on.
Averages are somewhat down on the first
100.
2 displays that have won the first 2 matches. 91 for Graham Hall and 99 for Dave Pallett. Pallet will return for game 4 against Ryan Finesse.
100.
To try and double his points tally. I found it quite amusing yesterday when Lisa
85.
was finished with her Group A campaign. She popped her head into the production area and said, "Who's playing tomorrow?" And we told her about Conan,
140.
Ryan Finesse, Dave Pallet, and obviously the other 2 players from Group A that she was playing against. And she said, "Oh, that's good. I like those people."
81.
I just thought that was such a lovely thing to say. I've always said that it's easier to play people
97.
you like than the people you don't. Because sometimes when you're playing people that you don't like, you want to beat them too much.
140. Conan, your car 164.
This game is following a bit of a pattern. Whoever has the darts seems to have
84. Lisa, you require
the
95.
likelihood of winning the leg. Is that about to change? 20 for Bull.
54. Conan, you
Third dart
require
just came out
80.
very quick. And this is the first legitimate break opportunity.
60.
We'll
Lisa,
see
you
how
require
long
41.
those darts are that Conan uses. That is not an easy checkout for him with that equipment. That leaves 29. That also leaves an odd
21.
number.
Conan, you require 20.
That did not work out the way that Lisa thought.
Game
But that
shot
has
on the
worked
third
out
leg.
Conan's
Conan
way.
Whitehead.
Best leg of the match for him. 16 darts, and he now has that break in the bank. Can he consolidate and get a 3-1 lead?
Fourth leg, Conan to throw first. Game on.
Lisa's going to be livid at not getting a shot, a double, from 41 points.
95.
That could be the one error she makes in this match, which costs her the points.
One 140.
But you don't win 4 World Championships from giving up. She's made of very tough stuff.
60.
I suppose it can't be ignored that we talk about Sherrick
60.
and we talk about Ashton being the 2 biggest players in the game. And nowadays, we talk a bit more about Bo Greaves because she is the world champion and the Dutch Open champion.
58.
That came on Sunday. But neither Ashton or Sherrick, and bearing in mind Sherrick has never won a world title,
140.
neither Ashton or Sherrick have won any of the last 3 world championship crowns. 2 have gone to Suzuki.
140.
Greaves.
Lisa Khan 161.
Makes for a very interesting thought process, that one.
97. Conan Whitehead,
He's going to
148.
need a biggie if he wants to guarantee that 3-1 lead. Doesn't quite have the
44.
range
Lisa 64.
that he's thinking of on that 60 yet. Maybe just needs a couple of games to get going. Double 16.
48. Conan Whitehead,
Ashton gives Conan another
104.
shot to hold his throat. Again, it's the 18s. And just watch out for him on
72.
those 18
Lisa
segments, because that's where he spends a lot of his time at the end of legs. He loves that section.
Game shot on the fourth
Lisa
leg.
loves that
Lisa
one.
Ashton.
16 hit for a 16 darter, and the break back is immediate. So we're back to where we started at the beginning of this match.
Fifth leg, Lisa to throw first. Game on.
Everything's square. Lisa's got the darts.
140.
There are no guarantees in this game. When we talk about form and statistics, they're just a guide
59.
for what has happened before. They are no guarantee of telling us what will happen from now. And in the same way, in what I just spoke about with Lisa's world titles,
43.
there's no guarantee she'll get another world title. She is the only player on planet darts that has 4 world titles. There are other players who have 3 and 5 and more than that. Only time will tell.
140.
Which is raising that average a little bit more now towards 87. She's actually very close
98.
to being exactly where she's been all week. She's taken this game by the scruff of the neck.
140.
She's left herself a double after 12.
$100. Lisa require 38.
Conan wafts that one away. He was looking for more than 100.
Game shot on
That's
the
exactly
fifth
what
leg.
Lisa was looking for.
Ashton.
That's a great leg of darts. 88 average now after 5 legs. And she now has 2 opportunities to get her first 2 points of the day in
Sixth
match
leg
1.
Conan to throw first. Game on.
You may think, why
100.
is Conan frustrated with 100? If you look at that first dart in that treble 20 bed, he's done that a few times already today, where the second dart comes up short.
140.
Dart players hate that. But his
60.
darts do a lot of deviating in the air. He throws them extremely hard. But
100.
the consistency of Ashton over the last 2 and a bit legs has been better than her opponent.
100.
The darts have been stolen, and a 4-2 victory is possible.
100.
Especially when it's constantly 140, ton, 140. It's incredibly straight.
60.
I
Lisa
don't care
require
whether you're a world champion or
161.
not. Staying straight all the time pleases you. This
90.
time, she stays straight and gets the bullseye. The line of her shots in this leg has been so pinpoint.
81.
But
Lisa
if she wants to win by
71.
4-2, this might be her only chance. Interesting. I thought she was going to go treble 13.
46.
Misses the ball
Conan
for the match.
100.
Look north. And again.
Game
Oh,
shot on the
it's
sixth
a
leg.
beauty
Conan Whitehead.
from Conan Whitehead. I said that Lisa had one chance to win the match. And that's all she got. Thanks to that wallop in that double top bed
Better than
from
final leg
Conan.
Lisa to throw first.
And
Game on.
considering how he's played in this game, that really has come out of the blue.
140.
He's played okay. 85 average. His doubles have been excellent. 50%. You can inflate that a little bit because he hit 2 doubles for that checkout.
94.
But if he is somehow going to get out of this with a win, he's going to feel 10 feet tall.
96.
If you are choosing to have a
60.
little flutter on things today, remember you can have a go at most 180s, total 180s, amount of legs played. There are all sorts of different things you can do. Please do so in a responsible manner. Over 18s
82.
only, and begambleaware.org. But I've already pitched my tent today saying there's going to be a lot of 4-3s. This is already the second out of 3 matches.
140.
Whitehead needs mistakes from the Bolton ace, and those mistakes are not coming.
137.
This really has been a brilliant second half of this game from Lisa. And we're going to the wire.
140. Lisa O'Connor 46.
Can Ashton finish the job, or will Conan steal it? Double 18.
Game shot on the
And
match.
there it is.
Lisa Ashton.
She only needs one more shot. That was a terrific game of darts. And the only reason she won that is because she lifted her level towards the end of that match. And to add to that, she did have the darts in the very last leg. 91 average, 87 for Conan, which is nothing too shabby, but 50% for both of them. That was a really good contest. That's the end of round 1 of our matches, and we will start round 2 when we come back shortly after the break. Hello everybody and welcome back to our online darts live league coverage for Thursday in Group C. Round number 2 will commence now with Dave Pallett looking to double down on the points that he got in round 1. He's smiling now. Will he be smiling in about 10 minutes? Up against Ryan Finesse, who lost his first game by 4 legs to 3, a very narrow defeat. Challenge to a semi-finalist, as you can see, as his career best. But I sense that Ryan Finesse's career is only just beginning. As far as Dave Pallett is concerned, he's already had a fair chunk of his career in his 20s. He's still got plenty of time left. Maybe he's about to step into his prime. As for today, he'll be looking to be the first person to 4 points. Ashton and Graham Hall have also got to that mark. But he leads the table at this early stage because of leg difference.
First leg is Ryan to throw first. Game on.
So far today, every game has been won by the person on the left of the draw. That means that every person who has started the match
60.
has gone on to win it. Pallet is looking to stop that run.
$60.
There are certain talents in the world of darts that people in my position would call infuriating. People with obvious talent.
85.
People can do whatever they want with a dart. We've talked about Adrian Lewis potentially being in that category. But I would put Dave Pallett there as well. If you think about some
85.
of the things he's done, you look at his career today and you think, why has he not done more? He has an unbelievable
60.
amount of talent. And at the age of 32, he could be easily someone of the same ilk as a Peter Wright or Gary Anderson, where he finds his best darts
98.
just a little bit later in the career. And it is largely forgotten that he's made a semi-final of a UK Open at Minehead.
60.
Back at the infamous snowbound UK Open in 2018, where he lost out to the eventual champion Gary Anderson by 11 legs to 7. But there is more evidence of that talent. He's not going to be short of those maximums today, that's for sure.
140.
And at this early stage, you've got to say he's one of the favourites to win this group. Double 12.
Getting shot on the first leg.
Took a bit of time to take care of it, but when he got there, it was clinical. He might be unconventional when it comes to finishing, but when he does the conventional, he's also good at that.
Second leg, David to throw first. Game on.
It's a very nice shade of maroon that he's wearing today in that polo shirt. It's almost like it's been made of leftover BDO jackets.
100.
It's a bit of a darting joke, that. If you don't get it, then you're not really a darts fan.
60.
Ryan looking very athletic in white. Takes a very brave dart player to wear white. I've always thought that.
$59.
But it's very fair to say that the modern dart player doesn't look the same as the old school dart player. We look more athletic these days on the whole. At least we try.
60.
But let's have a little wander back down memory lane. Talking about that semi-final run for Dave. It was quite the run. He qualified as one of the top 32
58.
seeds in that event because of the qualifying criteria before the tour card holders got a shot
100.
at the UK Open without any qualifiers, but he went straight into the tournament to play Robert Thornton, beat him 10-8, and don't forget that Robert Thornton is a former UK Open champion. After that, he beat James Wade, another
42.
UK Open champion. Then he beat Kim Huybrechts by 10 legs to 7, beat Steve West in 2018 when he was playing well,
96.
and then lost to Gary Anderson, a wonderful run. Who else was in that semi-final? Or the semi-finals? Corey Cadby of Australia, who made the final,
128.
and he took out Robert Owen, who was already qualified for Champions Week here in Phase 4.
90. David Ducar, 114.
Now, what's he going to do? Well, I thought he might have done something unconventional there, but it's straight out of the textbook.
74. Ryan
Looking
Uruguay,
straight into the result sheet
95.
as well. That was a really good try. Double.
55.
And
David
he's just as
Ducar,
close
40.
to tops as Pallett was.
Getting shot on
Not
the
as
second
close as
leg.
Pallett
David
this
Pallett.
time. This is another big time display from Dave. If he's in this kind of mood, everybody has got right to
Third
worry.
leg Ryan to throw first. Game on.
He's making this 91 average look pedestrian.
60.
There have been a few displays like this for Ryan when he's played in groups, but he tends to correct them overall with big displays at some point. This is not an easy group.
100.
There's a lot of experience in here. And whoever comes through it in the top two spaces is going to deserve it.
180.
First max of the match for Ryan. Did bag himself 2 maximums in his first game, but he's just seen his maximum answered.
180.
A great sign for Pallet that when his opponent finds the big shot, he's able to answer it.
100.
I'm
39.
not really sure what happened to that second
Ryan
dot.
161.
Doesn't matter now. Ryan Finesse has got 6 darts and 161.
90.
He's
David
done a pretty
Ducar.
good job
sorry.
there. Is he going to try and leave double one? I knew it.
180. Ryan Ducar, 71.
There's a few smiles around this room. Dave's not going to be smiling in a second because that
Showing the
71's
third
been
leg. Ryan
plugged.
Furness.
That's a much improved leg from Ryan. I always laugh when people leave double one. They're trying to put the opponent off, but it didn't work.
Fourth leg David to throw first. Game on.
I said that Ryan's career is in its infancy. He's played a bit of challenge to our darts. He's gaining
59.
experience. Still got a lot of years ahead of him. Pallett has played in 8 UK Opens,
57.
spanning back to 2012. He's also played in a couple of PDC World Championships.
$100.
Back in 2016, or the 2016 Championship at least, he lost out to Mensa Sulovic by 4 sets to 3.
47.
It was a very good contest, and that was after he'd beaten Kim Huybrechts again Remember I told you he beat him in the UK Open in that semi-final run.
100.
He beat Kim 3-2 in what was a classic first round match. I suppose that would have to be the highlight
100.
of Pallett's career today, winning on the Ali Pali stage. Everybody wants to do that. It is a rather good feeling, I will say that.
140.
And his two biggest paydays of his career came in that semi-final run at Minehead and that second round at Ali Pali.
100. David O'Carr 102.
He's looking to bank more cash this week and prospectively at Champions Week. And that was a big piece of
70.
wire. He shouldn't have been anywhere near it. All is not lost.
99. David O'Carr 32.
3-1 beckoning. And another two-leg cushion. That is super close.
No score.
As
Ryan
is that
O'Carr
one.
98.
And if Pallett loses this leg, he's only got himself to blame. The question remains.
60.
And he hasn't lost the leg
David
yet.
O'Carr 32.
I don't think he appreciates where that dart is. He despises that one.
Game shot on the
Oh, he will
fourth
love
leg.
that one,
David
though.
Pallett.
That was a very precise shot. A lot of that bed was covered, as you saw from our camera angle, and he does eventually have that two-leg cushion back.
Fifth leg Ryan to throw first. Game on. $140.
As you can see from our graphic at the bottom right of your screen, don't be afraid to get in touch with us via Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. Please keep it positive. There's enough negativity in the world.
44.
Please let us know what you're doing whilst you're viewing the live league today, whether you're working from home, indeed working not from home,
85.
and where indeed you are tweeting or Facebooking or Instagramming from. We've had messages from all over the world
140.
the last couple of days. Australia, the United States, the Netherlands, and many a fan from the United
59.
Kingdom. We are intrigued to see what the reach is of the Online Darts Live League, so please get in touch if you so wish.
100.
Oh, what a visit from Finesse.
177.
Especially when you consider Pallet was on the same number. Is it going to be answered again? He's gone for the maximum
140. Ryan O'Carr 40.
to save the match. 2 tens.
Game shot on the
He
fifth
is
leg.
very
Ryan
good in that
Finesse.
corner. And he's clinging on by his fingernails in this match, but he's got a problem. Pallet throws first next.
Sixth leg David to throw first. Game on.
If David Pallet is going to have 93 averages that are looking pretty ordinary,
58.
then what could he possibly do when everything clicks?
100.
As I mentioned in his first game of the day, he has a PB here of 105.
100.
Believe me when I tell you this, he really could add 10 to that. That's exactly what Robert Owen was doing
65.
on Saturday night. He got a 115.62. Only the second time that someone has found that exact number.
100.
fact, in the Live League's history, all the way from the start of the pandemic, when we played from our own homes, there have only been
59.
4 averages better than that 115.62. Boris Koltsov in 2020 with a 116.
100.
Dan Reed and Kevin Finesse with 117s. And Jason Askew still retains the Live League record of over 118.
100. David O'Carr, 143.
I've never seen Dave Pallett play a match so convincingly.
97.
You're probably sensing there's some silence before every checkout, because sometimes we have no idea what he's going to do. He's got his pick of doubles here to win the match.
O'Carr, 46.
He won't care which one it is as long as he hits it. Tops.
Game
That
shot
is
and the match.
pinpoint.
David Pallet.
A really good paced game. He was good enough at the right times, and it is a 2-leg gap, which will better his leg difference. And what has also been bettered is his points total. He's now at 4. 92.43 and 40% on the checkouts. It's a very steady display, but there's definitely more in the tank from him a little bit later. Conan Whitehead will come back to the Oki now to take on Graham Hall as he looks to get his first 2 points of his Group C campaign. Match number 5 coming your way now in Group C, and Conan Whitehead will now take on Graham Hall. Differing fortunes for these two at the start of today's play. What will happen in their second match? I think Graham will be very relieved that he, for the first time this week, has won his first game of the day. That could be something he can build on. You can see that the Barbarian, he was always going to be called that when his first name is Conan. You can see that he doesn't want to be positioned in the bottom half. At the end of tomorrow's play, he wants to be in the top 2. And if he is,
first leg is Conan to throw first. Game on.
It's already been tweeted this morning that if you have any questions for me, by all means, tag at Darts Live League
100
and at TV_sporty. And your questions may get answered on the air. A big thank you to everybody tuning in today on Sporty Stuff TV, your home of the Live League.
60.
We have had a question already from Matty Rogers asking me if there was one moment in your darting career that you would
121.
change. Which one would it be and why? Well, anybody who knows me, and it's a very appropriate week to answer that question because it would be hitting that double 10 to win the World Cup back in 2012.
57.
That could well have had a ripple effect for the rest of my career had that double gone in. But it didn't.
40.
And I have to say good luck to everybody playing in the PDC World Cup over the next 4 days. It's a very open affair. You've got to admit, England are going to take some stopping with Michael Smith in the form he's in. And he's only got James Wade for company.
$22.
Now, these two, I'm sure, don't know a great deal about each other. They live in different parts of England. And let's face facts. This week is a very English affair because every player is English.
140.
We have originally had Christian Kist slated for this week, but unfortunately was not able to travel here on Monday.
84. Graham, you require
Christian can visit
104.
for his Live League debut some other time, the 2012 Lakeside champion. That scuppers that effort. All he can do now is set it up.
72.
Which he does pretty
Conan
well.
134.
He's done 2 double tops already today. He might do it again. Oh!
Game show in the first leg. Conan Whitehead.
What a shot. Well, if you want to win legs, just leave yourself 2 double tops, Conan. You're making it look
like
easy.
Graham to throw first. Game on.
He did it in defeat to Lisa Ashton earlier. And that was to save the match on a 100 checkout.
41.
This time a 134. It always reminds me of a finish that Gary Anderson hit at the Grand Slam
60.
around 15 years ago. He was playing against Phil Taylor and Anderson found the 54 and tops, and around about that time it was not a commonplace shot.
60.
Those somewhat exhibition style double top shots were frowned upon back then, but they're now commonplace.
41.
But when they're hit, don't they look pretty? I know I said that you can fire your questions away.
100.
Scott Duncan's got involved and said, what's your favourite pot noodle? Well, that's a really interesting question because I'm a big fan of Japanese lifestyle.
180.
And they're not a big fan of the pot noodles that we have in this country. I actually don't have pot noodles here, but they take pot noodles very seriously in Japan. And the best
60.
one I've ever had was in Tokyo. believe it or not, in
100.
Tokyo they do have Michelin-starred pot noodles. I bet you didn't know that. Conan seems to be getting the impetus of this game.
55.
Courtesy of that
Conan your car
134 checkout.
120.
Well, I am amazed, considering his prowess on tops so far today, that he didn't go for 3 double tops on 120.
60.
It's only ever been hit once here in the Live League by Greg Ritchie. This is going to be good pressure on the 60 for Conan, which is not an easy shot for him.
96. Conan requires 60.
Because the single is always going to be in the way. He'll have to move.
$20.
Such a frustrating game, isn't it?
89.
He needs 2 for the first leg, and he can't get 1 for the second leg. This game is weird sometimes. Bullseye for 1-1. Good
59.
line.
Conan requires
Just a
40.
bit too much length. Double 10. And
Being
Whitehead
shot on the
is
second
now
leg. Conan
2-0 up.
Whitehead.
Starting to find his feet a little bit. He was a bit nervous, a bit edgy in the start of his Lisa Ashton game. He's starting to get things
Third
together.
leg Conan to throw first. Game on.
You don't do what he does. Or what has he done
140.
over his career without having oodles of talent. He has a personal best average in a ranked event in the PDC of over 115. He's got a very high level.
58.
His personal best here is 104.22. In fact, every player who's playing today
55.
has a personal best of over 100. And don't forget, we will have more darts for you from 10 p.m. tonight. Matt Jackson, Daryl Pilgrim, Matt Dennant, Kevin Painter and Lee Cox tonight. That's your darting entertainment for Thursday night. I think that's going to be a bit wild tonight. There's some players in form there.
140.
And I think Daryl Pilgrim is going to take some stopping. He's been having a very good year at the Live League. He's
96.
got some unfinished business as well. He's not won a phase yet. In fact, he's not won on Saturday night yet. This could be his week.
98.
There are plenty of people in his way. One of them being Conan Whitehead, who is firmly the better scorer in this match. But the moment I say that,
180. Conan requires 68.
we get Graham's first maximum. But it could be 3-0 anyway.
52. Graham, you
Maybe it
require
should have been.
42.
Double 16 for Hall.
Game shot on the
Doesn't have
third
a
leg.
problem
Graham Hall.
in this third leg of this match, but at times this week, Graham Hall has had a really bad relationship with double 16 and double 8.
Fourth leg, Graham to throw first. Game on.
He's trying to put that right the only way he knows how.
$140.
Some of the questions coming in are rather silly. And if they are of a certain ilk, I'm not going to read them. But one thing I do have to mention is that yesterday, one of our good friends from the Live League, someone who will, I'm sure, play some more Live League this season, is Scott Williams.
96.
The man in black and yellow who has played some remarkable stuff this season. Multiple Challenge Tour wins. He only went to Germany yesterday and bagged himself
100.
his first PDC senior title, didn't he? Many congratulations to Scott. And he becomes only the 3rd player in PDC history in the tour card era to have won an event without a tour card, beating Nathan Aspinall in the final. A brilliant
58.
display. And that leads me to Rabster on Twitter asking if I'm wearing Scott Williams socks. I hate to say it,
57.
but I'm not. Because yesterday, of course, it's been made fully publishable that Scott Williams was wearing Paul Nicholson's socks yesterday. And I am privileged to have been
60.
in his shoes to watch him win that title. As to why he's got socks with my face on, you'll have to ask him.
180.
Third maximum of the match comes from Conan, and it sets up a possible 3-1 lead if Hall does not get the snooker shot.
$97. Conan Car
Double
24.
12 then. And this is for a break of throw.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
That is what you
Conan
call
Whitehead.
a proper leg of darts. 13 to complete it. And he now has the opportunity of winning this one at a bit of a stretch.
This leg Conan to throw first. Game on.
A 4-1 victory after losing to Lisa Ashton would be a huge remedy. And
180.
he's starting to find that 60 bed. When he gets it, he can compound it.
$125.
Good reply from Graham, but he's in massive trouble in game 2.
55.
We will have a 3rd game between Osborne and Ashton next. And she's defending a perfect record against Colin this week. 2 wins from 2. In fact, Colin
100.
playing the people today that he's already played twice this week, including Graham Hall. He hasn't beaten either of them, which is slightly worrying for his chances of getting through this group.
99.
And don't forget, he's lost his first match as well. Things are getting desperate for Graham.
93.
Only
Conan
one
Car
treble does not get him to a
167.
finish. And Conan can coast to the finishing line here.
99.
And that'll do. Of course you want to have a little bit more. But leaving 68 in that position is something you will accept because you know you're going to get a match dart.
100. Conan Car 68.
That match dart is at double 16.
52.
And for the second time
Graham
in this match,
83.
on that exact number, he over-delivers on the double shot. To save it, he needs the bull.
41.
It may
Conan
not
Car 16.
be meant to be.
No score.
He can't
Graham
believe that's not in.
42.
But that first start made everything more difficult. That's 4 match starts missed by Conan Whitehead. Double 16. Is that awkward?
10.
It was.
Conan
You
Car
couldn't
16.
use it as a guide. And Conan comes back for a 3rd visit to win the 2 points that starts his campaign.
Game
And
shot
there it
on
is.
the match. Conan
Number 5
Whitehead.
is the number. Gets him over the line. It's a really good game in the end, but Conan Whitehead really did show that he was the better player in that contest. 87.85. It was well over 94 at one point, but a few darts missed at double just shrunk that average a little bit. Graham Hall with an 85 has got more to think about before round 3. Speaking of round 3, it's the third time that Osborne and Ashton have faced each other this week. Can Osborne get his first win against the 4-time world champion after the break? Hello darts fans and welcome back to today's online darts live league. Third round for these two players. It was Ashton on Tuesday, Ashton on Wednesday. Will it be Ashton on Thursday against Osborne? They're both matched up today with a lovely shade of purple. But Lisa has had her own way with Colin over the last couple of days. A couple of different results. It has been a somewhat frustrating start to the morning for Osborne as well, losing to Dave Pallett in match 2. So he has to get back on the horse. He is the most experienced player of the
First
week.
leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
He's playing now his 285th game in his live league career.
60.
The win for Ashton was 4 legs to 3 on Tuesday. A very good game.
140.
And she started pretty well today as well with that 4-3 win over Conan Whitehead. An average in excess of 91. She's going to need darts of that ilk if she's going to get through this group, I feel. I would not be shocked at this stage to see Ashton and Dave Pallett come through this group. That's my prediction as it stands right now. But a lot can change.
140.
When she beat Colin on Tuesday, it was an average of 83. She won the key battles.
140.
She was
Colin
much improved yesterday when she won. The average was just a little bit under, but she dominated the game a lot
81.
more.
Lisa Ricard, 124.
Treble 18.
92.
Nice
Colin
leave.
Ricard, 80.
This is an easier shot for Osborne than it is for someone like Whitehead because the dart isn't in the way.
60. Lisa Ricard, 32.
Can't find the tops.
Game
But
shot on
Lisa
the first
finds
leg.
the
Lisa
bottom left
Ashton.
corner, and that is a first leg break of throw. So she obviously loves playing against the Borough guy. What's going to happen in leg 2?
Second leg, Lisa to throw first. Game on.
Your questions are flooding in. And one of our Australian regular viewers,
95.
Juanita, has got in touch asking, where do I think the next area for darts will be opened up when it comes to the PDC's World Series and things like that?
60.
It's a very good question, actually. I don't think we do enough in Japan. That area of the world is
60.
darts crazy. The likes of Malaysia, Japan, and Eastern Asia particularly. I think they're going to focus on that a little bit
45.
more in the next few seasons. They are going to be doing this new Asia Cup, or this Asia Championship, in the next few months, which
58.
is a big statement. And I think they want to have a big stamp in Asia, particularly the likes of the Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia and
44.
Japan going forward. I think that is the best way to answer that question. So thank you for that, Juanita. Enjoy the rest of the darts. I hope your sausage rolls last night were very tasty.
60.
That wasn't a euphemism, by the way. She was cooking sausage rolls while she was watching the live league.
134.
Ashton's still in control. And is
100.
constantly putting in steady and spectacular visits. She's looking very good today.
140. Lisa Ricard, 128.
If this goes in, Osborne's going to feel wounded. But it's not going to happen.
84. Colin
And again,
Ricard,
she rescues the
78.
visit with a good last dart. One dart he had in leg 1. One dart he gets in leg 2.
38.
And this
Lisa
time,
Ricard,
it
44.
misses on the other side of the wire. Same double. Same
Game shot on
result.
the second leg.
2-0 Ashton. This one is motoring along at a very good pace. But it's Osborne who's in trouble yet again.
Third leg, Colin to throw first. Game on.
Now, Getho has been in touch on Twitter talking about the difference between
24.
PDC and WDF. His question is, how come players can play in the PDC and WDF World Championships now?
81.
Well, here's the thing, Getho. You are slightly confused because players can't play in both the WDF
40.
and PDC World Championships. they can play in both of the ranking events, like Jelle Klaassen has done this week. He won the Dutch Open on Sunday and played in a PDC Players Championship yesterday. But I assure you, as someone who is qualified for the WDF World Championship,
45,
because Jelle Klaassen has got that, if he takes that invitation, he will not be able to qualify for the PDC Worlds.
180.
Ashton is putting Osborne to the sword. She's playing
100. Lisa
really
Carr,
well today.
140.
She's in one of those moods, and the more she plays this week,
58.
the better she's getting. Osborne doesn't have the answer right now. An average of around 77.
132.
92.
Lisa Carr, 82.
She's already hit 2 double 16s. This time, well,
42. Colin
it's not going to be double 16. I believe that's a treble 20. So, 85 left. Yeah, lovely approach.
132. Lisa
What's
Carr,
Lisa
40.
like on tops for a double break?
No score. Colin Carr, 28.
Unbelievable that that didn't find its way into the lipstick. What a let-off for Osborne. Double 7. And he splits it twice and
No
can't
score.
finish
Lisa
the
Carr,
leg.
40.
Lisa gets a second bite of the cherry.
$20. Colin
Maybe that
Carr,
was just too
28.
close. It may have put her off with those wide barrels. Sometimes she's better off missing it by 2 or 3 millimeters to give herself some room. Back to double 7.
21.
Just can't find
Lisa
it.
Carr, 20.
7 shots at a double in this match so far, and nothing in the way of success for the Wizard. But plenty
shot
for
on the third
Ashton,
leg. Lisa
who eventually
Ashton.
does get that second break of throw by hook or by crook. But now she has the chance of serving it out for 4-0.
Fourth leg, Lisa to throw first. Game on.
Just to re-establish what we were talking about in the last leg. If Jelle Klaassen was to go
100.
to a regional qualifier, let's say the West European qualifier for the PDC Worlds, and was to qualify, he'd then have to make a
100.
choice. He would not be able to play in both World Championships. The reason this year that the likes of Brian Rahman and Cameron Menzies
81.
were allowed to play was because of a rescheduling conflict because of COVID. It was a one-off gesture by the PDC, which was welcomed,
100.
but I assure you, it won't happen again. I hope that answers your question, Getho, but it
100.
was a very interesting one.
$58.
This is the last game of round 2. And when we're
43.
finished and we're starting the next match, which is Ryan Finesse against Conan Whitehead, we'll have a little look at the table to see how things are shaping up.
85.
85 only leaves 158. At least it's a guaranteed look at a finish. But you sense that trouble is imminent.
99. Colin Carr, 158.
I know which number I'd rather have. The 158. Especially now.
139.
He's given it a go. It wasn't short.
Lisa Carr,
I
78.
applaud him for that. But that could be curtains. Double top. Oh,
Game
how
shot
has
and the
that
match.
gone in?
Lisa Ashton.
Oh boy, how does she do it? What a shot that is for that 78. Look at this double. How does this go in? I have no idea. She just is a magician. She may have been playing a wizard, but she's the magician. She's the one who's won by 4-0, and she's very much in this group with 2 wins from 2. 81 is the average. That doesn't really matter. The doubles were all right. The checkout, the best one was at the very end. Well done, Lisa. Colin's got a lot of work to do from here. We'll take a short break, but when we come back, it's going to be Finesse against Whitehead as we start round 3. Welcome back to the Online Darts Live League for Thursday, and we're going to have a little look at the table as it stands after 2 rounds of matches in this group. So, without further ado, let's have a look. Dave Pallett is top on legs 1. He's on the same leg difference as Lisa Ashton right now. But let's have a little look at the bottom of the table. Osborne and Finesse in a bit of bother. Already 4 points behind the leaders. And there's an even split there. 2 on 4, 2 on 2, and 2 on 0. This would be a bad time for Finesse to lose 3 straight. He would leave himself a lot of work to do at the end of today's session.
Looks like he's trying to throw
tomorrow.
first. Game on.
I'll say that Pallet was on top on legs 1. They've won the same amount of legs. I'm sure it's average separating the two, but let's not dwell on that one too much. We're only About 25% the way through this group.
60.
Still a long way to go.
$100.
You just wonder what Conan Whitehead's next move as a dart player will potentially be. He's done some good things in his career. He's
58.
represented his country. He's won tour cards in the PDC. He's made the quarterfinals of a Lakeside. He's played once on the
100.
PDC European Tour in Austria. That was back in 2019. I'm quite surprised that he's only played it once.
140.
Maybe that's something that Ryan Finesse can aim for over the next couple of years. When Conan was there in Austria in 2019, and that was at the Steinmark Halle in Graz.
140.
One of the mainstays on the European Tour. He lost out to Keegan Brown by 6 legs to 4. No shame in that. Keegan played really well in that game. One of the prettiest spots
94.
to play darts in Europe, actually, right
103.
next to a beautiful lake with a mountain view. Both players on a finish here, which could require a single 20 and a treble 17.
47. Ran your car 121.
Whitehead couldn't find it. Finesse gets the treble first. Can he find the ball?
96. Conan Whitehead 56.
Well, I'm amazed by that.
Getting shot on
been
the
so
first
good on
leg.
tops
Conan
today.
Whitehead.
He decides to go 20 for double 18, but I suppose when you think about his history in this game, that makes a lot of
Conan
sense,
to throw
because
first.
double
Game
18
on.
is his favourite. He's definitely getting his act together. It might not have been a massive average
95.
in his last game, beating Graham Hall by 4 legs to 1, but it was an improved performance after losing to Lisa in game 3.
97.
More of your questions coming in. We've had one from the Weekly Darts Cast, and I'm sure it's come from one of their
100.
hosts. They're asking me as a qualified coach in this game, when am I going to
60.
take Lal Moss 20 under their wing? I'm sorry. I do know this guy. I am a darts coach. I'm not a genie.
96.
And I don't I mean that in all jest, of course. I really do like you, Alex, but there are certain things that I just can't do.
134.
I might be able to stick 10 on your average, but I wouldn't be able to turn you into a pro. I hope he's taking that the right way. But we've also had a tweet from Sean
100.
Griffiths, somebody who has played here at the Live League, of course. Very fine player from Manchester. Asking a question that I've been asked maybe 2.5 million times in my career.
138.
How often do you
110.
practice when you were at your peak? We'll come back to that one, actually.
$65.
Didn't mean to
Manual
get the
car
treble
72.
It might work in his favour in a second. Now it's got to be 17 for Bull. Now, has he got that wrong?
62.
That made
Conan Whitehead,
no
45.
sense. It almost paid off.
$13. Ryan required
I
10.
sincerely hope Conan did not see Ryan going for treble 19 double 5. It may have put him off.
Game shot on the second
Maybe
leg.
he
Ryan
likes double
Finesse.
5. But if you were to ask me, maybe on Twitter, why would somebody go treble 19 double 5? Here's the answer.
Third leg,
You
Ryan
shouldn't.
to throw first. Game on.
Especially when you've only got 2 darts left. He hits a single 19, he leaves 48, and you can't finish that. He's gotten away with one there, Ryan Finesse. But he's shown you what not to do on 67 with 2 darts.
$58.
Anywho, Sean Griffith's asking how often I would practice when I was at my peak. Well, Sean should know that because I actually did practice with him when I was in my peak stage about 10 years ago.
100.
It was about 9 to 10 hours over the 4 days leading into a tournament.
100.
Usual week would have been a Players' Championship on a Saturday, a Players' Championship on a Sunday. I would stick in maybe an hour on a Monday, if anything.
128.
Big session on a Tuesday with Dave Chisnell. Usually put in 4 to 5 hours with him. Put in a bit of a warm-up session on a Wednesday, then a big session on a Thursday.
41.
And most Fridays I wouldn't practice. I would leave that alone just to feel fresh for a Saturday's play because there's plenty of time to warm up for these tournaments. I would get there 3 hours before. You have to figure out a schedule that really works for you, and that was working for me at the time. So I hope that answers your question. Sean, hope you're well.
75. Ran your car 120.
Shanghai on the 20s, or 3 tops if you wish. Or you can just go conventional. Which is exactly what he's done.
Ryan Furness.
That is a 15 darter. And we're starting to see Ryan Finesse play properly.
Qualified Conan to
just when you think this group is starting to follow a pattern. The people towards the bottom of the table might start to find their feet now.
100.
We'll ask that question of Colin Osborne in match 9 when he takes on Graham Hall for the 3rd time this week. And very much like Ashton,
100.
Played her 3 times. He is without a win against his former Group A compatriot.
$60.
That's a perfect first start for Ryan. He can be really aggressive with the next 2.
100.
Just not finding the target. But Whitehead has brought his level down to a 78 average, whereas Ryan Finesse has raised his to an 88. We've seen 6 games so far today go with the throw.
100.
And only 2 against. One of those being that 4-0 for Ashton.
60.
He's being left frustrated all of a sudden. Segments that he was hitting in the previous game are not being found now.
100.
That's a steady ton. Nice thinking from Ryan Finesse.
105.
Even better thinking from
Ran
Conan.
car 101.
Utilising the centre of the board to their advantage. Double 12.
77.
He's that
Conan
close
76.
to a 2-leg cushion. Another. Double 18.
Game shot on the 4th
That's
leg.
why
Conan
he goes back to
Whitehead.
it. Because in those spots, you need something to depend on. Those 2 singles were at exactly the same height as double 18. He didn't have to change anything up technique-wise. That was a very natural shot.
$100.
We've had a really good question from Ashley Neal on Twitter, asking if professionals can play in the Online Darts Live League. The answer is no. This is only open to players who do not have a full-time PDC Tour card. Anybody who plays on the Challenge Tour, in the WDF system, or any other amateur system around the world can play
140.
Here. And the reason why we have these players is because they're available. As a lot of those players have jobs, they have other commitments.
100.
And these players are scheduled for these weeks a long time in advance.
$140.
I hope that answers your question, Ashley. Thanks for getting in touch. I hope you're enjoying the action so far today.
140. Ran your car 121.
You would have gone for the bullseye had he got the treble 17.
Conan car 164.
Treble 18. Misses his favourite treble. But not for long.
132. Ran your car 64.
This is a big shot. Double top.
24. Conan car 32.
Width of a wire away from a 3-2 lead. A 3-2 lead that is now held by Conan Whitehead. And that little green dart next to his name signifies that he will throw in the next leg. We could be about to see Whitehead win 4-2.
6-leg Conan to throw first. Game on. $140.
Doesn't look like he wants to relinquish this lead, that's for sure. If he was to come through this challenge,
60.
After Finesse has been the boss of this game most of the time, that would tell you something about where Conan's at. He's got a winning mentality, a winning habit. And unfortunately today, it looks like Ryan hasn't.
42.
He's got oodles of time to get this job done. Leaving your opponent on $3.99
100
is always good.
$100. Conan car 121.
Steady, but Whitehead has been spectacular. That's a good miss.
57.
And that's okay. He's only 2 darts away from joining
100.
Dave Pallett and Lisa Ashton on 4 points. Now he's only 1 dart away.
32.
Again, he's comfortable. As long as he doesn't keep missing doubles. And in this game, he hasn't missed a great deal.
137.
3 hits from 8.
Conan car 32.
He's very competent.
Game
Every
shot in the
player
match. Conan
playing
Whitehead.
here in these best of 7 matches, all they want is to hit 4 doubles, and Conan has done that. His average is a good 5 points less than his opponent, but he doesn't care one little jot. 40% on the checkouts in total is very good indeed. Moving forward, he is now on 4 points. Will there be more people on more points in the next game? There will be, because Pallett and Ashton have both got 4, because one of them is going to get to 6 after the break. match number 8 of our schedule today, so we are at the halfway point, and someone is about to lose their undefeated record. Will it be Dave Pallett or Lisa Ashton? 2 wins from 2 for both. Both have been very impressive. Let's find out who is still undefeated going into round 4 of our matches a little bit later on. They're both still at the top. Even though Conan Whitehead has joined them on 4 points, they have a superior leg difference. But that will change. It can't.
Looks like it's David to throw first. Game on.
And this is the only fixture of every match that we have in this group that will be in the same time slot both days. They play game 8 today and
85.
game 8 tomorrow. Dave has the darts
60.
today. Lisa's got the darts tomorrow. Everything is done in a very fair manner here. But there's something that's caught my attention. And I know that there are some people out there who think I talk too much.
140.
It's amazing how easily that goes over my head. But I love this
100.
sport, and I love talking about it. But I have noticed Lisa Ashton's footwear over the last couple of days. And it brings up a really interesting topic.
100.
We don't have darts shoes in our sport in the same way that we have shoes for golf
83.
or for bowling or things like that. And that really interests me. It amazes me that no company involved in this sport, or indeed involved in material management or material manufacturing, has decided to make a dart shoe.
100. David Ducar, 48.
What are your thoughts on that, everybody? My thoughts on this leg.
16.
Are that Lisa
Lisa
Ashton's got
Ducar,
a free hit at a 158. We all know that that's not going to go now.
45. David
Pallett
Ducar,
retains
32.
the advantage if he finds this.
Game shot on the
Which
first
he
leg,
does.
David Pallett.
That is pretty much typical of what Dave has been doing all day long, averaging around 94. What can he do against the darts?
Second leg, Lisa to throw first. Game on.
You've been asking me questions all day via social media.
41.
I'm asking you questions now. What do you think about the possibility of a dart shoe? Is there anything else that dart players could have made for them by top-level manufacturers?
128.
Equipment has definitely come on over the last few years. Barrel design, stem composition,
100.
points especially have gone to a different level. Flight manufacturing has gone to a different level. Board reliability,
100.
especially in the headlines over the last couple of years. And here at the Live League, we trust ourselves with the Winmore Blade 6 Triple Core,
43.
the best dartboard on the market.
That's
That's the best possible visit. Boy, is he playing well today.
95. David
Every
Ducar,
possibility, if
93.
he keeps doing this, he's going to be through this group in a day and a half. He's playing that well.
53.
But it's too early for me to say that. This is only his 3rd match of 10.
58. David Ducar, 40.
Double top for a 2-0 lead.
Game shot on the
And there
second
is
leg,
nothing
David
he
Pallett.
can't do. I've already said that about him one time today, but he's finding doubles all the way around the board.
Third leg, David to throw first. Game on.
Break of throw, done. Halfway point, done.
95.
And in an era where young players, and even players of Dave's age, of 32, they love to tinker. They love to experiment with different darts and different flights.
125.
If you look through his career, he hasn't done that much tinkering. Those barrels are very similar to what he was using 10 years ago. Same sort of stem, same
41.
sort of flight. He understands that he has something that he can use. He doesn't want to fiddle with it.
96.
A very good friend of Ricky Evans. Over the years, they have played for the same county of Northamptonshire.
100.
At their home venue in Burton Latimer. But I'm reliably informed that he plays for Montgomery and Radnor now, in Wales.
55.
He is becoming a bit of a darting nomad, which I know plenty about. Just losing his range on the scoring
81.
stakes here, but saving visits really well there. Excellent from Lisa to leave 85. She will get a look at that, and she might need it. You sense that something large is coming. This time he's not going to go for the 180.
136.
That was the right play.
85.
Double top.
Game shot on the third leg. Lisa
Clinical,
Ashton.
as you come. Beautifully done from the Lancashire Rose. Because you sensed that if she didn't hit that, she was in a whole
to throw
heap of
first.
bother.
Game on.
That break of throw ensures that she's back
60.
into this contest. Don't forget that we do have 4 more sessions of darts for you after this one today. And you can take us wherever you go. You can watch us on your smart device. If you're on the bus, any other form of public transport. Even if you're out walking the dog. You don't have to miss a dart.
100.
And what a time to be a darts fan. So much going on. What a summer ahead. Especially for Lisa. She's going to make her World Match Play debut in the Women's World Match Play at Blackpool. And I am someone who likes to talk about the hot topics in the sport.
125.
Over the last few years, I've seen many social media postings about the grading of the best men of all time. And every one of them's put Phil Taylor at the top, which is absolutely the right thing to do. But I have not seen any social media postings about who thinks is the greatest lady of all time.
134.
Or more specifically, the top 10 of all time. I don't think it's up for debate. The best lady of all time is Trina Gulliver.
85. David Ducar, 44.
Number 2 is Lisa Ashton. Dave Pallett. I salute you.
The 4th flag. David Pallett.
He's just done something really weird. Now, if you think he didn't mean that treble 4, think again. He did mean that treble 4.
Looks like David to throw first. Game on.
He knows that if he gets the single, he's going for tops. Gets the treble, he's going for double 16. I love this guy.
100.
You can take a somewhat mundane checkout like 44
100.
and make it interesting. That's what we love about him. He just thinks slightly differently. What I might do
59.
in talking about the greatest ladies of all time, I might compile my best 5 or best 10 lady players of all time. And
85.
share those with you tomorrow. So I encourage all of our Live League fans to do the same. And please tweet it to @DartsLiveLeague. And don't be shy in tagging in Sporty Stuff TV as well.
81.
TV _sporty on Twitter. If you'd like my thoughts on your 10, you can tag me as well at the
60.
Asset 180. And we can talk about that during one of Lisa's games tomorrow. He is playing so well.
140.
Finishing well, scoring well, and he's got the magic C. Consistency.
100.
Lisa
David
has
O'Connell,
not played badly in this
121.
game, but she's only had one shot at a double. And that is full credit to Pallett for giving her only one shot at a double.
85. Lisa O'Connell, 156.
This has got to go. Give it a chance.
140.
Just
David
overpitched
O'Connell,
that second
36.
dart. And I fear the worst for Lisa in game 8.
Game shot in the match.
It's a really
David
good leg
Pallett.
of 17 darts. And Pallet can do whatever he wants today. 3 wins from 3. Another high 90s average. Another great checkout percentage of 50%. He's just looking solid. Super solid indeed. We're going to move straight back into the hockey after this break because Graham Hall is up against Colin Osborne. And so far this week, Osborne can't beat Graham Hall. Will that change when we come back? Welcome back, everyone. And earlier in the session, I posed a question to Colin Osborne. Could he get his first win over Lisa Ashton for the week? He couldn't. Can he get his first win over Graham Hall? Let's find out. As far as Tuesday and Wednesday are concerned, Hall had the better of it against Osborne. And if Colin does not find a win here, he's going to be in exactly the same position as Ryan Finesse after 3 rounds of play. Winless. And maybe staring at the possibility of not coming through this group. He could do with a win, and he could do with a few results going his way as well.
Looks like he's Graham to throw first. Game on.
Just to get a bit of positivity. Well, Graham so far today, couple of games, 1 win, 1 loss. He'll be hoping to make it
140.
2-1 in the form of wins now. He was pretty impressive in beating Ryan Finesse in his first game. Average of nearly 92, and
85.
Everything looked pretty rosy at that point. But he lost out to a resurgent Conan Whitehead in Game 5. And he's playing a long live league week for the first time.
123.
When he was here previously, it was a Thursday and Friday night. 2 short sessions. He's now playing a 3rd session
95.
in a row for the first time. So it's interesting to see how he reacts to that. He's looking pretty tidy at the start of this game. In fact, tidy doesn't do it justice. I think he's going to go 18s.
124.
He was caught in 2 minds. And that's why he missed.
$83. Graham, your car 114.
Going to stay traditional on the 114. There's a lot of players like treble 19 for that these days. Not Graham. Yes,
Being
Graham.
shown in the first leg. Graham Hall.
Very tidy indeed on the Tum Plus checkout. 114 to take a handy 1-0 lead in only 12 darts.
Second leg, Colin to throw first. Game on.
He may well feel comfortable against Colin Osborne because he beat him 4 legs to 3 on Tuesday and slightly easier yesterday by 4 legs
100.
to 2. It's definitely not turning out to be Colin Osborne's week.
$93.
My debate about dart shoes has taken a bit of a turn on Twitter. We have had a fan of ours from Poland get in touch. Marcin has tweeted us
100.
saying that his first thought when starting to play darts was to buy some special shoes, and he couldn't find any specifically for darts. So there you have it. But just when someone who I have known for quite a long
57.
time thinks that they have come up with a really good marketing idea, I seem to have spoiled it for my friend Martin Turner from Yorkshire, who is also, coincidentally, a very good friend of our referee today,
70.
Paul Hinks. Martin was talking to DJ Darren Johnson recently about shoes in Denmark. Looks like the cat's out the bag, Mart. We
57.
have to establish as well what would constitute the ideal dart shoe. I've spoken to Kevin Painter in the past. He likes shoes that slip on carpets so he's not
60.
grounded. But there are other players that prefer a rubbery grip so that their feet don't move. So it would take some market research, a little bit of a focus groupery to get the right information.
50.
But I still think a dart shoe is a good marketing opportunity for the future for somebody. Maybe we should do what Craig Johnson did in the 80s by inventing a revolutionary shoe
135.
like he did with the Predator football boot. I'm sure Ozzy
58.
wasn't a bad
Colin O'Connor,
footballer when he was growing
36.
up. Can he find the back of the red net? How about the green one?
20.
He's decided to lay up, which was a really good play. The Last thing you want to do is be caught on an odd number double with 3 darts in hand. This way, he's got even splits.
121. Colin Newcastle 16.
Word to the wise, though, Colin. Get rid of it now.
Game shot on the second leg.
Very
Colin
wise
Osborne.
indeed. It's not his best leg of the week by any means. 19 darts is good enough, though, to give him 1-1 after 2.
Third leg, Graham to throw first. Game on.
In fact, Colin's best leg of the week is a 13 darter, and he's found 4 of them. So you can see that the capabilities are there, but some of the legs in between have been a bit sketchy. He would admit that.
140.
And again, he seems to be clinging on to games instead of dominating them.
$139.
I've already had a couple of replies about ranking the top 10 ladies of all time. This is going to create some debate, I can tell you that.
100.
I've already had Tom Hopkins get in touch and give me his 10. My thoughts on yours, Tom. I am not sure you've got yours right. You are entitled to your opinion, of course. But I'm not going to read them out as of yet, but I'd like a bit more information from the public if they'd like to get involved. We have had David Yates get in touch as well. Dr. David Yates. Sorry, Doc. And he said that Maureen Flowers has got to be somewhere in there. Well, it's pretty close, but she never won a world title. But when she was in her full pomp, the world title was not actually a thing.
60. Colin Newcastle 121.
So I may take that into consideration. More on that a little bit later. Perfect. Interesting.
81. Graham Newcastle 161.
11 ball. Gauntlet laid down for Graham. Hall can't make him pay. That was a bit of mind gamery.
89.
From
Colin
Colin Osborne.
40.
He said, there you go. I can't get the treble 7, but can you get a 161?
Game shot on
What
the
Colin
third
can
leg.
do
Colin Osborne.
is find a 5th 13 darter of the week. A really good leg, which gives him a break, and he's now the favourite for the match.
Fourth leg, Colin to throw first. Game on. $85.
I'm going to pose another question out to our viewers today. Who would you like to see in the live league a little bit later in the year? I did mention in the last couple of hours that the schedule for players is done quite well in advance.
85.
But if we're thinking about late August, early September, and please bear in mind that tour card holders can't play here, who do you want to see? You saw Keith Della last week. That was a bit different.
55.
I'm sure there are players from your part of the country, or indeed your part of the world,
83.
you would like to see here. We've already had someone from Poland tweet in, and Poland have got a non-tour card holder playing for them at the PDC World Cup in Sebastian Białecki. There's someone I want to see here.
60.
Quarter-finalist from the UK Open. Osborne's getting his stuff together.
100.
Sometimes players of his steel just get sick of losing and they figure it out. I say steel because he's from Middlesbrough. A steel town, of course.
68. Colin Newcastle 148.
Very much like Sheffield or Pittsburgh. checking with the referee to see what he's got left.
90.
That's worked out pretty well. Especially when you consider he likes tops. If Osborne was to lose this match, it
99. Colin
would
Osborne 58.
be semi-catastrophic for his chances of winning the group, or indeed getting second, because there is a gap appearing. He needs to stop that gap.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And
Colin
that is a
Osborne.
stopgap after 4 legs. He is very much in charge of this contest now, and Graham Hall is the one with all the problems.
Fifth leg, Graham to throw first. Game on.
This is by far the best display from Osborne so far today. Yes, he did average 93 against Dave Pallett, but that was dwarfed
140.
by Pallett's performance. This is more commanding because he's getting more shots at double and he's taking them too.
100.
60% so far. Better from Hall.
140.
Has he left it too late? But if you consider that, yes, he's 3-1 down, but he only needs one break of throw to win this match, it's still very gettable. Especially when he's butchering that 60 in this leg.
180.
He hasn't butchered it. He's completely slayed it. In the words of Maximus Decimus Meridius, that 60 has been slain. Doesn't need it anymore. What he does need is double 16. That is beautiful.
Graham Hall.
Graham Hall has had 2 11 darters so far this week. That is a third. Brilliant stuff.
Sixth leg, Colin to throw first. Game on.
Indeed, he was the only player to have had an 11 darter coming into today. And now he's had 3 of them. So you can appreciate just how good a player he is. In fact, there was only one player in Group A that didn't get a ton plus checkout as well.
96.
And that was Matt Jackson, who ended up finishing second. Osborne's at it again.
140.
It's not his first maximum, but it is his 4th 140 score or above.
$93.
Still in command with a 1 dart lead and the throw. If he doesn't win it from here, he may not win the game at all.
100.
He's very thankful for that last dart going in the lipstick. 312 is an interesting number, especially now that Hall has not got that second 60. Had he gotten it,
Colin Osborne 161.
the right play would have been the 25 on the last dart. We'll never know if he'd gone for it. Last thing you need to do here is slow down. And that's a
81.
superb anchor shot. That's what he's done well in this game. He's rescued bad visits and he's maximised good ones.
132. Colin Osborne 80.
This might be the only chance he gets to win the match. Got to take it, Colin. Double top.
60. Graham Osborne 40.
This is for the only break he needs in the match. To give himself the chance to serve it out. Double 5.
30.
There was a little bit of
Colin, you
doubt
look
in his
on
eyes.
20.
He was more hopeful than confident. How confident is Ozzy? He finds his way to his first 2 points
Colin
of the day,
Osborne.
and he is very much back in it. He's going to join Graham Hall on 2 points after that very good display. The average came down a little bit at the end via those 4 missed match darts, but ultimately it is his best performance of the day. Hall with a 95 average losing. That's not a new thing, trust me. That's the end of round 3. Conan Whitehead and Dave Pallett are coming back to the board next. This could be a really good game, as Pallett is defending his undefeated record. Coming up right after this. Welcome back to the Online Darts Live League. I'm Paul the Asset Nicholson, and we do have 6 more matches for your darting entertainment for this morning and early this afternoon. We have a lot more tonight with 10 more games from 10 p.m. But before we go there, we've got round number 4. Back comes Pallet, and he is at the top of the table, comfortably on points and leg difference. But it is Whitehead, his closest challenger. If Pallet was to find a 4th consecutive win, he'd be palming off the entire
First
field.
leg is Conan to throw first. Game on.
And this could be really interesting. I think there's a degree of seriousness about this game.
121. 100.
Dave Pallett has been really impressive today. I think everybody would agree with that. High averages, excellent
100.
doubling. And outside of the live league, I only have one previous meeting between these two, which I think is quite surprising.
92.
They played in a Players' Championship event in Barnsley in 2019, and it was won by Pallet by 6 legs to 4.
140.
The winning average was only 83. And it was at the last 32 stage. It was a board final.
100. Conan
It was a
Whitehead,
big game,
140.
big money game. There's evidence from Conan as to how much he likes that treble 18. Because most people
92.
would go for the 20s on 140, but what is it about players from the southeast of England who like going 18s on 140?
140.
Pallet was
Conan
trying to
Whitehead,
lead 29.
48.
There is a lot of unpredictability about this game.
32. David
Missed that
requires
double 16
69.
on checkouts like that at least 3 times today already. Double 6.
Game shot on the first
And
leg.
that is why
David Pallet.
Pallet is top of the table. A 14 darter to start things off. And he's looking really sharp at the start of this one as well.
Second leg, David to throw first. Game on.
Nice to see some of our regular players here at the Live League are tuning in when they're not playing. I've had messages from the likes of Sean Griffiths and James Richardson. Good to hear from those guys. James, in fact, has sent me a message saying
140.
he doesn't have a top 10 of ladies of all time, but he did really like the battles between Trina Gulliver, Frances Hunselaar and Mandy Solomons back in the day. Well said, James. They were the days back at the turn of the
43.
century. When Mandy Solomons was the #1 in the world, Trina was just about to take that from her. And the best international challenger
100.
was definitely Frances Hunselaar. One of the only ladies to have graced the Grand Slam of darts, of course.
$58.
I've started to make my list for the top 10, and I've got 6 of them. I may have to do a bit more research before I go any further.
180.
This is turning into a proper match. Whitehead, 420 points in 9 darts.
$100.
Pallet.
Conan Whitehead, 81.
381 in 12, which is not that bad. Double 9.
$72.
Was he
David
caught
Ricardo,
out of rhythm there?
120.
What can Pallet do with 120? Bull bull? No.
Game shot
Oh,
on the
that's
second leg,
amazing.
David Pallet.
Just when I think he's going to go bullseye, bullseye because the 60 is blocked, he finds a pinpoint treble and a beautiful tops. That
Third leg,
is
Conan to throw first.
extraordinary. He's having one of those days where he can do it
100.
once. And it doesn't matter about Conan's average being 4 better. Pallet seems to have the answers. Not right there, he doesn't.
40.
He is firmly one of the most talented players that doesn't have a tour card. I've said it for years.
83.
I said a little bit earlier that he might not find his best consistent form until he gets a little bit older. He's got grey hair at the age
100.
of 32, and most players don't find their best darts until they've got grey hair. So maybe it's a good thing for Dave.
100.
It does feel like he's been around a long time. He was well talked about even before he joined the PDC.
140.
England international as a young man. And he very much does like playing at the Live League.
94.
Had a running average of over 90 coming into this for the year. Not many players can say that when they played 24 matches.
57.
If you add
Conan your car,
3 more onto that, it's 27 matches, and his average is better than what it was at the start of this morning.
$56. David Urucar, 164.
He's going to go to the 60 again. Has to go treble 18 now.
$104. Conan Urucar, 68.
I am speechless.
$50.
Was
David
he
Urucar,
playing
60.
games with Conan there? Because Conan saw that. Double top. That's his first miss at a double in this match. But he does find double 10.
David Pallett.
And I just wonder, when he had that 164, did he try and set it up as if to say, I don't think you're going to hit your shot? That was
like
really
David, you throw
interesting.
first. Game on.
Why, when your opponent is on something small, would you not go for the 54 for ball on a 164? There is no other reason than you saying to your opponent, I don't think you're going to hit your shot, so I'm going to just lay mine up. That was the equivalent of being on the 18th fairway, being 245 yards away from the green, and laying up. Didn't make any sense.
140.
But here's the thing. It worked. Everything he touches today turns to gold.
24.
Keeps playing this way, nobody beats him in this group. He's going to win this group if he starts the way he has today and finishes the way he is finishing this thing off. This is just too good for everybody to handle.
43.
And the scary thing is he's getting
89.
better. And there was still more in the tank. Double 16.
Game
Just
shot
astonishing.
In the match. David Pallett.
Brilliant, brilliant performance. And here is the scariest thing about those final 2 legs. They were identical in numbers to the previous 2. So 103.66. That's where he stood after 2 legs, and he maintained that after 4. 80% on the checkouts. He is very much the boss of this group and is only 1 win away from all 5 today. He'll have to wait, though, because Colin Osborne comes back against Ryan Finesse next, and neither of those guys have won yet. Although Colin did, didn't he? So let's find out if we can get another one after the break. Dave Pallett is, without a doubt, the dominant force in our Group C table so far, and he is on 8 points. It may well be a contest to see who gets second over the course of the next day and a bit. Osborne has started his challenge now by getting a win, contrary to what I said at the end of the last game. I completely forgot about the fact that he beat Graham Hall by 4-2 in his last game, but Ryan Furness still hasn't got that win. He could really do with it now, but if he finds it, he is very much still in with a shout of getting one of those top 2 spots that are on offer for Saturday night's finals. He's only 4 points away from second position, still with 7 matches left in this group. But he has
First
to
leg
get
is
cracking
Colin
now.
to throw first. Game on.
Osborne will be thinking more positive thoughts,
45.
that's for sure, after that 4-2 win over Graham Hall. He's had a couple of really decent 93 averages today, one of them a winning average, one a losing average.
100.
But he has played pretty well today, but the course of this whole week for Colin has been, whenever he plays someone, they find
59.
something just a little bit extra. He's not found that special level that he's shown us in his live league career previously, where he's picked up 2 weekly wins.
60.
And we are looking at 2 weekly winners here who have yet to win a phase.
180.
That visit is won by Osborne. Beautifully done.
140.
177 is the magic number from here, and that's not going to be found.
135.
Ryan Finesse is one of the most recent weekly winners. Throughout Phase 3, the weekly winners were Stephen Burton, who went on to win Champions Week,
60. Colin
Chaz
Osborne,
Barstow,
82.
Nathan Gervin, who had a brilliant week, and Ryan Finesse won Week 3 over Daryl Pilgrim, who we'll see more of tonight. What are we seeing here?
42. Ryan Newakar, 141.
There's the one. 140 to go, and unfortunately you can't take that in 2 darts.
41. Colin Newakar, 40.
Tops with 3 darts, a familiar story for Colin. Is it a familiar result?
Game shot in the first leg,
pinpoint
Colin
shot.
Osborne.
And that's one thing he has worked a lot on over the last 2 or 3 years, trying to find that tops with 2 blockers.
Second leg, Ryan to throw first. Game on.
If you think that doubles practice is all about just throwing darts at the board and hitting the target, you're very much mistaken.
140.
The elite players from the last 15 to 20 years have learned to hit doubles with things in the way.
85.
That is something you do need to practice. Do you think that David Beckham was practicing his free kicks with an open goal?
60.
No, he was practicing with a keeper in there and a wall in the way. Same principle. Trying to hit the back of the net with things standing between you and the target.
171.
Nothing between Osborne and 3 trebles. And he's taking this game and running with it all of a sudden.
60. 140.
He's getting the bit between his teeth now. There was a little bit of a snarl there from Colin. You can see that the wind in the sails has been blown out of Ryan Finesse quite early in this match. People are putting him to the sword. Tops again.
65. Ryan Newakar,
Well, he's
141.
missing it. He's missing it right on the wire. Ooh, old school. Old school.
123.
Out school. Oh, I thought it was in.
40.
What a great attempt from Ryan. I love that route for 141.
Game shot on the
But
second
everybody
leg.
prefers
Colin
to win
Osborne.
legs, and that's exactly what Osborne has done here. He's motoring back to that hockey. Can't wait to start leg 3.
Third leg, Colin to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, good display so far. The only maximum going to Aussie. And a 97 average,
140.
which is getting better all the time.
$82.
There are many people who would love to see Osborne back on tour. I think it's something that he desperately craves.
43.
But he feels he's still got a bit more work to do before he gets there. He did have a bit of a jaunt back to the PDC tour earlier this year, going to Niedenhausen
180.
and playing in some floor action just to get a little bit of a taster for it once again.
$42.
Ryan Finesse has equalled the 180 count now at 1-1. I'm still trying to figure out why he went treble 19 double
16.
5 in his previous match. I have no idea. Some different routes on the dartboard, of which there are thousands.
60.
Most of them make sense. Some of them do not.
$43.
Now, Colin. Everybody loves a maximum from 216. He's not going to get one.
140.
He's gonna get the
Ran your
next
car
best thing.
136.
Needed. Deflected. And now not possible.
82. Colin requires
Osborne to
76.
triple his lead. He's going to go 16. Can he convert tops with 1?
36. Ran
That's
your
one
car
thing he hasn't done
54.
in this game. Can Ryan do that? He needs to.
14.
But he
Colin
can't.
Car 40.
Some of these games are starting to be dominated in the same way that Pallett did against Conan in match number 10.
Game shot
this
on the
is going
third
the
leg.
same
Colin
way.
Osborne.
3-0 Osborne, and he now has a super opportunity of getting himself in the mix for that second spot.
Fourth leg, Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Colin's leg difference is not at its best, currently at -5.
44.
It's actually the same as Ryan Finesse. But a 4-0 victory is always going to help that. And if he can win this leg against Throw,
60.
he would only be 1 leg behind Conan Whitehead. And admittedly, 3 legs behind Lisa Ashton, and she's got a game in hand against Graham Hall after this.
114.
If we are going to get Dave Pallett dominating this group the way he has done so far, there's going to be a slugfest on for spot number 2.
$95.
We've had another good question on social media. It's
134.
relating to the World Grand Prix, which will be staged in Leicester this year for the 2nd year in succession. And in the words of Damon Hetta, the Australian ace,
28.
he said, "I'm very happy that it's in Leicester because it's in his neighbourhood." But the question coming from Rab is, will it ever return to the Emerald Isle? It's a very
139.
good question. The PDC wanted it to be in its spiritual home in Saggart, just outside of Dublin.
97. Ranu acquires
due to
70.
The way that the City West Hotel is being used at the minute, they couldn't stage it there, so they decided to go back to Leicester, to the Morningside Arena.
38.
I hope that answers your question. I do firmly believe that the PDC want a good presence in Ireland, and not just having one Premier League night there.
140. Ranu acquires 32.
One leg is what Ryan Finesse wants.
16.
He
Colin
might
you
walk
acquire
away with
81.
none. $12 in the bull. For the ideal win, he needs double 13.
55.
Oh, he shut
Ranu
that
acquires
wire.
16.
There was a little bit of reverberation on the
Being shown
steel,
the
but now he
fourth
has to
leg
go
round
all the way back. 475 points more needed for Osborne if he wants to get the victory now. He was so close to a 4-0 win.
Fifth leg Colin to throw first. Game on.
Averages have come down somewhat over the last couple of legs. But Colin is
131.
very much in charge of this match. If he doesn't get it done here, he will have at least one more try to serve it out.
28.
And believe me, he does not want to serve first in leg number 7. He doesn't want it to go that far.
50.
He's quite fortunate that Ryan Finesse only started with 28.
$99.
Aussie switching is the right thing to do there.
58.
Whenever his dart is just above that 60 segment, he blocks it. Whereas there are players in the world who will remain stubborn. Osborne's a little bit
45.
more flexible than that. He'll use the 18s and the 19s a bit more. And look at some of the positions that Colin has with his throw.
45.
Stance, beautiful. Firmly on the front foot. Back foot rooted. A somewhat graceful position.
70.
And he stops himself from jumping when he throws. Look at the extension of the right arm here. Look at that pronounced hand. Very much like Mervyn King. Great delivery of the dart and keeping the body still.
139.
That's what I want to see when I'm coaching young players. I don't want to see people hopping. I don't want to see people leaning over when they're throwing a dart. I want them sitting
171.
still. That
Colin
is one of the
acquires
best
78.
visits of Ryan's day. That's a slip. That's a recovery. And this is a second match dart.
Game
And
shot
that
in
is
the
a
match.
win by
Colin
4 legs to
Osborne.
1. He is erasing his negative leg difference now with a second win in a row. And he is firmly back in the hunt. 86.48 with 40%. Very steady indeed. But Ryan Finesse has got problems. Losing 4 games from 4 today. He only has 1 left to salvage something from Thursday. That game in hand that Lisa Ashton has that I mentioned is coming next. So don't go far. When we come back, Lisa will play her 4th game of the day. Hello and welcome back. We are getting to the stage of Thursday's action in Group C, where everybody knows where they stand, and they are starting to see what kind of chances they have to qualifying in this group. Lisa Ashton is very much in with a shot. You can see she's in second position, and she has a game in hand against fifth placed Graham Hall. They have played each other twice already this week. Let's see if Ashton can cause more problems for Graham and more problems for everybody else in the chasing pack.
Looks like it's Lisa to throw first. Game on.
Honours even so far this week. A 4-3 win for Hall on Tuesday, but
100.
yesterday Lisa got revenge in some sort of style. It was the first game of Wednesday's action, and Lisa put in a 95 average,
55.
67% on the doubles, including a 145 checkout. It was a bulldozing display.
60.
And she looks in a pretty mean fettle right now. She looks like she's hungry for another 2 points. If she isn't to get them, there could be a logjam behind Dave Pallett in this table.
$140.
It would result in Hall, Osborne, Ashton and Whitehead all being on 4 points, with only Ryan Finesse at the bottom on 0 yet to score.
99.
The more that Ashton starts finding that first dart in that 60, the
139.
more problems Graham has. Her improvement from Tuesday to Wednesday was evident. Her improvement from Wednesday to Thursday has been just as transparent.
60. Lisa requires
She's in excellent
62.
form. Double top.
22. Graham
Just
Yukar
misses out.
147.
And Graham is hoping that today is not the same as yesterday. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Graham.
97.
But
Lisa
Lisa's got
requires
the darts.
40. Game
And she's
shot on the
also got the
first
first leg as
Lisa
well.
Ashton.
If she maintains that sort of level, that's around about a 94 average. And Graham can definitely live with that, but he can't let Lisa run away with this.
Second leg, Graham to throw first. Game on.
Five games per player today and tomorrow. Today
100.
is supposed to be the day where Lisa Ashton wins 2 matches and loses 3. And what I mean by that is she has the throw
30.
in 2 matches and she doesn't in 3. That changes tomorrow. She has the throw in 3 matches. But this is one of those games where she does have the throw.
93.
If she wins this game and still has 1 left against Ryan Finesse, she's well ahead of expectation.
100.
There used to be a time, you know, and I can freely talk about this
60.
because when I was growing up playing darts in Northumberland and around Tyne and Wear, we never played against women.
60.
Ever. There were no women in the leagues. They had their own league. Everything was segregated. And when I moved to Australia, I found that everything was mixed.
58.
And there was this stigma of, oh, you don't want to lose to a girl. And I couldn't understand it.
60.
I remember the first time I ever played against a lady called Carol Forwood in Australia, and everybody said, she's really good. You're going to have to watch out. So I did. I beat her quite
96.
convincingly with a very good display, but there was an attitude in Australia of, we want women to play against the men all the time.
140.
That has now
Graham
become
Yukon,
commonplace,
94.
I'd like to say. Losing to a woman now is very different to what it was like 20 years ago. And that's a
Game shot on the
beautiful
second
94
leg,
checker
Graham
from Graham
Hall.
Hall. And boy, did he need that. He didn't go for the bull first. He backed himself to get a treble. And that treble
Third leg Lisa
led
to
to a
throw
double.
first. Game on.
I know we all talk about
100.
the brilliance of Ashton, the brilliance of Sherrick. Trina Gulliver and Anastasia Dobromoslova were beating men well before those two were noted for it.
97.
And not to mention the fact that Tori Kewish of Australia hammered a very, very good North
100.
American player in a soft tip event in the Far East to make the quarterfinals there. That's a win I like to talk about because it's a win that probably wasn't lauded enough.
81.
That player was David Fathom, who's played at World Championships and UK Opens. I've said it once and I'll say it again.
59.
There's no reason for gender to get in the way of brilliance in darts. Anybody could be the best player in the world. Male, female, whatever you identify as. We don't
85.
care about that. We just want to see brilliant darts.
$58.
Signs of frustration on that visit, but still has a 1 dart lead. Not anymore. There's a deficit all of a sudden.
138. $60. Graham Yukon, 100.
This is a genuine chance for a break of throw. He's got his first leg against Lisa since Tuesday. He hasn't got his second leg
60.
just
Alicia
yet.
Carr,
It's going to
124.
take something really good to deny him.
84.
Hasn't happened,
Graham
but she
Yukon,
has got
40.
the ideal approach in case Graham makes mistakes.
Game shot on
But
the
the
third
mistakes
leg.
don't
Graham
come.
Hall.
And 16 darts was good enough for Lisa to start this match. 16 darts is good enough for Graham Hall to take the lead.
Fourth leg Graham to throw first. Game on.
I've had a tweet from someone called Nick Binney asking if I'm looking forward to the
45.
Garriock Masters next week. Yes, I am. That is a big exhibition up in the town of Inverurie in Scotland.
140.
I've visited that one many times. And Nick has said, I'm looking forward to a Paul Nicholson masterclass next week. Yeah, good luck with that. Very much looking forward to being back up in Scotland, one of my favourite places in the world. Heavenly place to play darts as well.
55.
Also had a really good question from Mike Garrett, a good friend of mine from Scotland actually, saying, do you think there should be a place for a pairs tournament in PDC darts?
60.
I agree that there should be once a year. And I don't think there should be any sort of choice as to what party you get. I think there should be some sort of ranking system for that. And where does that visit rank for Lisa Ashton? That 171. Highly, I'll tell you that. I'll come back to that pairs question in a second,
60.
but let's see
Lisa
what Lisa
Carr,
can do with the
135.
135. Did she need to go bullseye there?
51.
Probably not. She's not going to be in major trouble, thanks to those 2-5 segments that have been hit by Graham.
39. Lisa require 84.
For 2-2. It is the bull.
59.
It's not the bull.
Graham, you require 157.
Graham hasn't missed a double in this match so far. And he's not going to get a shot at one.
$45. Lisa
it's up
require
to Lisa.
25.
Solid 9, just. Double 8.
Being shot on the fourth leg.
2-2, and she's got a throwback immediately after being broken. She's showing resilience in this game. She doesn't want to let this one slip.
Fifth leg, Lisa to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Lisa's stance is quite square on.
121.
That style that she's had for many, many years has never changed. It's what I like to call a very organic action. It looks probably identical to the way she threw her very first dart.
135.
Steps up, puts the dart in her hand and just thrusts it. A very natural action.
59.
One of the things I love about the game of darts is that you could see Lisa Ashton walking down the street in Bolton.
49.
And she'll be very well known around there. But if she was walking around another town and somebody wasn't a darts fan, you'd think, oh, she's just another 50-plus
134.
lady with a few kids and maybe has a job. No, she is one of the best ever at what she does. And that does make you think about the people you see in the street.
99.
You just don't know what certain people are world class at.
$99.
Make no mistake, Lisa Ashton is a world class dart player. End of sentence. Most of the players that we find here at the Live League are world class players. They just don't have a tour card.
98. Lisa
Yet.
require 88.
Look what Scott Williams did yesterday. Case in point.
74. Graham require 120.
Let's find out if those two misses at double 14 are costly. They could be. They won't be.
60. Lisa require
Show me a
14.
dart player that likes double 7.
Getting
There she
shot
is.
on the fifth leg.
Right
Lisa
there.
Ashton.
In your face, Nicholson. Wow. Double 7. It's just the same as anything else. 3-2 Ashton.
Sixth leg, Graham to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, talking about that pairs tournament that Mike Garrett has tweeted me about.
85.
Yeah, I've always thought that a pairs competition would be fun. And I don't want to go down the
94.
live golf angle, of course, which is incredibly controversial at the minute in the world of golf. But I think a team sport or a team tournament within darts is
59.
well overdue. I actually listened to John Part a few years ago. He thought that the revamping of the Premier League would be best as a team tournament. I agree with
57.
John. I think having teams going into the Premier League would be amazing. Now imagine you supporting a team in the Premier League as opposed to supporting an individual. That would throw the cat amongst the pigeons, wouldn't it?
134.
And that way you get more players involved. You could have as many as, say, 32 players involved.
59.
Food for thought. Food for thought. The only thing on Graham's mind is getting level at 3-3.
85.
And he's pretty close to that. Oh, that's a great
129.
recovery.
Graham Newquart, 138.
But it doesn't get it to a finish. Ooh, 54 first. And the double 12.
126.
Almost trying to do things the wrong way around there.
94. Graham Newquart,
Must
12.
hit this. Is that awkward? It was.
9.
That was a good try.
Lisa Newquart, 68.
He gave it every chance. It just missed by the smallest of margins. Ashton for the win. Double top.
Game shot on the
Pitches
match.
it right
Lisa
into that
Ashton.
double top bed as well. That single 8 wasn't her best start of the day, but she brushed it off immediately. Look at this 8. It's only just in. But that one was firmly where she wanted it. It is very much Ashton in contention. She's now on 6 points. Another mid-80s display with excellent checkouts. That's where her game is right now, and there's still improvements to be found, which she can do over the next day and a bit. We've got one more round of matches to go. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be the last match of the day for Conan Whitehead and Colin Osborne. Hello and welcome back to the final round of our matches here for Group C on Thursday. It's the Online Darts Live League once again, and Paul the Asset Nicholson calling in the last 3 games. Here we go with Whitehead against Osborne to see who's going to finish on 6 points for the day. Pallett at the top, dominant. Ashton on his tail. Not going to catch him. But who is going to be in contention for the top 2 tomorrow? It could well be one of these two. A vital 2 more points on offer in this best of 7 leg match to see who will finish with more wins than losses today.
First leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
So much experience between these two. Maybe in different arenas.
85.
Conan has flip-flopped between PDC and BDO/WDF darts over the course of the last few years.
40.
Colin has always been a PDC guy, pretty much. Back in 2007 is when he made his World Championship debut, and after
95.
that he was part of the furniture.
$81.
Just trying to see if these guys have ever played each other before. I'm not even sure they have.
81.
I'll have to check some of my reliable databases to see if they've ever crossed swords. Get it? Conan the Barbarian crossed swords.
43.
I did try. In fact, they've never met. Ever. Now that's based on information
58.
from WDF tournaments, BDO tournaments, PDC events. They may have met in some sort of independent open at some point.
140.
But it's unlikely because they live in different areas of the UK. So a first meeting, eh? That's a good question to ask certain players
41.
when they've got experience. Is there anybody you've never played that you would have wanted to? Well, my answer to that is Bob Anderson.
93. Colin, you require 141.
But then again, Bob is still playing. I might get my chance. Well, there's the 41 taken care of.
101.
lovely
Colin
60
require
more.
104.
That's worked out pretty well. This might not. Hates the 18 because the flight's in the way. So if I were him, I'd go single 14 or single 10 here. $10 it is. Oh, 14 it is. I read him wrong.
86.
He was so far out of his
Colin
rhythm
require
there
40.
and caught in 2 minds, and that's why he missed that double 18. Players love to stay in rhythm. Double 19.
21. Conan, you
A
require
little
18.
bit of a bizarre ending to this leg. It's not over yet.
$10.
And it's still not over
Colin,
yet.
you require 19.
Lots of options here. Single 3. Oh, and that's
No
why
score.
it's a bit
Colin, you
dicey.
require
I didn't
8.
want to say it. Should have gone 11.
Game shot on
For
the
that.
first leg. Conan Whitehead.
It's one of those things, though. Oh, it's just such a dicey single number, that, when you've got 19 left. You don't want to pull it left. That's exactly what Colin did.
Second leg, Conan to throw first. Game on.
And if he does have a tendency to do something, it is to pull the dart to the left.
140.
Now, this group is shaping up to be fairly competitive tomorrow, I think is the right word.
100.
It's easy to say when you leave Thursday's action, I'll get enough points tomorrow. You've only got 5 games. If you have a bad start, you're up against it.
92.
You have to visualize this game as being the start of Friday's action. Look at these 2 points as importantly as the last 2 points on offer.
46.
And if anybody's got momentum right now in the chasing pack, it's Colin Osborne. Because he's won his last 2 games.
140.
Conan is in need of a rot stopper. He's the one that was drilled by
100.
Pallet in
Conan,
game
your
number
car
10 by 4 legs to
129.
0. Admittedly, with the performance of the day so far. We're going to see more of Pallett against Graham Hall next.
57.
To see if he can have the first perfect day of the week.
$96.
That's pretty
Conan
good from
car
Osborne,
72.
but he didn't put his thinking cap on. He should have gone for the 20s. That dart's in the way again.
32.
But he's been given a little gift here with some ribbon around it. It's the kind of mistake that Osborne doesn't make. We'll
41.
be seeing a
Conan,
2-0
your
lead
car
here for
40.
Core. That's what most of his friends call him.
Getting shot on the second leg. Conan
Yeah,
Whitehead.
very good indeed. And if he was called Core, he would be the second Core, of course. Much like Core Stompy. Maybe we should call Core Conan Stompy.
They'd like Colin to throw first. Game on.
Maybe there is a player that you'd like to see in the live league. You saw a legend last week in the case of Keith Della. You've seen the likes of Martin Adams here, Robert Thornton.
36.
Why not? Some of the overseas legends. Interesting thought. I will leave that to the producers here at the live league.
81.
It's a little bit above my pay grade. Although I did say this morning when I was in a conversation with some of the backroom staff that
81.
I'm surprised we haven't had Darren Johnson here or Martin Turner, who has been tuning in this morning. If you are still watching, Martin, get your finger out. That's what you call getting your darting finger out. The last thing Osborne needs right now is a 4-0 drubbing. His leg difference is not that healthy at -2.
$140.
I hate to say it again, but Whitehead is putting Osborne to the sword. And he's got a very big sword on the back of that black and white shirt, which I believe has something to
60.
do with his
Conan,
beloved
you require 100.
football team, which is Gillingham. I hope I got that right.
60.
If I got that wrong, I'm going to be put to the sword. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's wrong. He did tell me which town it
45.
was
Conan, you
last year.
require
I just
40.
can't remember. Double 10. He's put that leg to the
shot on the
sword.
third leg. Conan
He is
Whitehead.
in a commanding position. He's only one leg away from finishing his day the best way possible.
Fourth leg, Conan to throw first. Game on.
We've had some more questions on social media. John Belton's got in touch asking, does Lisa not stand right at the
81.
oche? And what he means by that is, does she not toe the oche? In fact, she does stand a little bit further back. That's what she's used to, based on the leagues that she's played in Greater Manchester. So, well spotted, John.
66.
And Rab's been in touch one more time, saying that there used to be a PDC Pairs tournament. That is true.
100.
I think Rod Harrington won that Pairs tournament at one point with Peter Everson, if I think back right. It might have been Richie Burnett. I'd love to dig out some of that footage.
41.
Pairs tournament. Conan knows a thing or two about playing pairs in
41.
the WDF system. When you go to the likes of Wales, Scotland, British Open, British Classic, that kind of thing, they all have pairs tournaments. There was a Dutch Open pairs at the weekend.
100. $99.
Nice thinking there from Conan, taking the 9 off the end. Most dart players would rather shoot for 180 than 179.
85.
There's more likelihood of you getting the 140. Only did one thing wrong there, and that was hitting the treble 1. But in a funny sort of way, he might have done himself a favour with the way his darts sit in the board. He eliminated the possibility of busting the shot.
139. Conan Whitehead 57.
Oof. I didn't expect him to miss a single. He was out of rhythm there, but he does get one match start.
17. Colin Whitehead 70.
Did he take that 17 for granted? I think the next time he goes for one, he won't. Double 8. And Osborne is surviving this
Colin
one.
Osborne.
He could well have been losing that game by 4 legs to 0. But he is now throwing first, and he could well be back in this match.
Fifth leg, Colin to throw first. Game on. $60.
Osborne will not be happy with a 72 average. His last couple of performances have been pretty good. 86 against Ryan Finesse with 40% on doubles. That's fine. 93 with 44% on doubles against Graham Hall. That was
60.
Pretty good. But he has been a bit up and down this week. He will admit that. That's what you get from live league darts, though. Not everybody plays the way that Dave Pallett has. Constantly butchering that 60 and hitting doubles all the time. It's hard work. More mentally than physically. At the end of this week, Osborne will have played at least 4 sessions.
180.
And he will have at least one 180 at the end of this match, because that was it.
140.
Conan's got 5 visits of 140 or better in this match, and a maximum on top of that. He has been the better scorer of the two.
100.
One thing that's been missing from this game for Osborne, 140s. He's only got 1.
$99. Colin Whitehead 101.
That's an interesting switch. I'd rather have 135 than 136. It might not matter. Oh, Colin. You've left David Beckham's number, 23.
85. Colin Whitehead 136.
You left it, Conan. You can still take it. 2 reasons why he hates that dart. 1, it's not in. Secondly, it's well short. And on that shot,
112.
you should never be
Colin
short.
Whitehead 16.
Give it a chance. Double 8
shot
again.
on the 5th leg. Colin
Bit of deja
Osborne.
vu there, but Colin doesn't need a 70 checkout. He just needed the double 8 with 3 darts. And it's very much game on now.
6th leg, Conan to throw first. Game on.
1 dart to win 4 legs to 0. Is that playing on his mind?
60.
I don't care who you are. If you've missed 1 dart to win 4-0 and all of a sudden it's 3-2,
60.
you're not panicking by any means. But you're thinking, I should have been out of here by now.
85.
Now, Brian McGinley's got in touch on social media and set my mind at ease. It is Gillingham that Conan Whitehead does support, so thank you for that, Brian. You've just got me out of jail.
180.
Colin might be getting himself out of jail in this game. It's turning into a bit of a weird match.
57.
I've also heard from Martin Turner, and he's saying he's free. So, Martin, you might be getting a phone call because we know you're in good form. Let's see what you're doing in the early autumn here.
100.
Conan's got to switch. Got to get the 9 off the end.
137.
He should have started on the 19s.
161.
And the reason he should have was because it's the way to get to a finish from 299. That's not a bad dart, Colin. If you're looking to set it up, you need to hit a 1 at some point.
81.
We have not had a game all day where someone's been 3-0 up and it's gone to 3-3.
105. Colin, you require 80.
Let's find out if it happens, because if Osborne takes this 80 checkout, he's got the darts in like 7.
$60. Conan, you
lets him
require
down.
57.
And Whitehead should get 2. This time he does hit the single 17. But
37.
can't win the match.
Colin, you require 20.
Oh, it's in the hole. But that's not the aim of the game. Double 5.
15. Conan,
All
you
of it
require
scrappy
20.
and maybe just a little tiring on that shot from Colin. I think he's seeing the funny side of it. Not many people hit the hole of the 10 on a shot for double 10. Double 5.
15.
Conan
Colin, you
has now
require
squandered.
5.
I make it 6 match darts. Double 2. It's 3-3.
Shot on the 6th leg. Colin Osborne.
Big puff of the cheeks from Osborne. You can see that he's feeling a little bit jaded, but right now he's very much in the ascendancy.
7th and final leg. Colin to throw first. Game on.
We've had a lot of good games today. We've had some great performances, but this, without a shadow of a doubt, is the weirdest game of the lot.
60.
And I just sense that this leg is going to be as scrappy do.
$95.
2 more games to come to finalise the table for Thursday in Group C with 5 games each to go. Remember that we will
85.
be back for 9:30 AM on Friday to have the conclusion of this group to see who will join Josh Payne in Saturday's finals.
140.
Kent has already got 1 player in the finals. If Conan was to top the table or indeed get second, that will be his second
60.
player from Kent in the Saturday finals. Got to switch.
99.
He didn't have to, but it was the smart play. You just want to get yourself into good habits of counting. You don't want to be constantly leaving yourself bogey numbers.
78. Conan Nukar 167.
Osborne started this leg, but he needs errors from Conan that aren't coming.
139.
I said this leg could be scrappy. So far, I'm very wrong.
$46. Conan Nukar
Double
28.
14 to win 6 points for the day. That's his
Game
8th
shot on the
match
match,
start,
Conan
and he
Whitehead.
finally gets across the line. I can't really explain what the feeling is like when you're 3-0 up, and then it's 3-3, but you finally find enough to get the win eventually. Osborne was clinging on for dear life, but he couldn't get the win. 85 average, highest checkout 40 from Conan. That does tell its own little story. But he finishes Thursday with 6 points, and he's very much in the frame for the top 2 going into Friday. Osborne with a lot to do. When it comes to a lot to do, Graham Hall is very much in that field. He needs to find a win now against Dave Pallett, who's looking for the perfect day for 10 points coming up after the break. Hello and welcome back to our penultimate match of Group C. We've seen Colin Osborne and Conan Whitehead finish their campaigns. What will be the conclusion to Graham Hall and Dave Pallett's deal? Let's find out. Nothing has gone wrong for Dave Pallett. And I don't think anything's going to topple him from the number 1 spot. But just to give himself a little bit of a buffer for Friday, he could use another win against Graham Hall, who has issues in 5th position. One other thing on top of that as well is that no player at this point in the week has had a chance of winning the perfect amount of points in a session. Dave Pallett is the first. We'll analyse all of the games he's had in just a second. Same goes for Hall. But you know for a fact that Pallett is a hot favourite coming into this game. Especially after winning his last game against Whitehead by 4-0. Plenty of practice darts for these guys. Maybe it's time to get it on, as Graham Hall will throw first. But he's going to have a few more. I don't know whether we've joined the coverage just a little bit too soon. This is maybe the most practice darts I've ever seen before a live league match. Now they've got to use them.
First leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
Okay, so Dave Pallett's day started with a 4-1 win over Colin Osborne, 99 average, 44% on the doubles. He started as he meant to go on.
45.
After that, a 92 average, beating Ryan Finesse. Still very good. Then a 97 average against Ashton in the middle game of the day. And then that 103.66 with 80% on doubles against Whitehead. His best performance by a good 4 points. In contrast, Graham Hall has had some good stuff and some not so good stuff. Averages of 91, 85. He had a 95 in there in defeat to Colin Osborne. And he only had an 83 against Ashton in a 4-2 loss. So it's been a bit up and down. You would think, based on what we've seen,
140.
that this is a Dave Pallett win, but he doesn't have the darts.
$95.
And in a very similar vein to Lisa Ashton, who was also towards the top of the table, Dave Pallett has only had the darts twice today. Tomorrow, he's got it 3 times.
85.
As if the news couldn't be worse for the chasing pack.
$60. Graham, your
There's no
car
guarantee that Pallet will play well in this game, but there is a likelihood that he's going to find something. 114 left with 2.
91.
Leaves tops. Now, what
David
can
Lucar,
Pallet do on
146?
146? Most of the day, he's been Mr. Conventional. In fact, I can only remember
58.
one shot
Graham, your car 40.
that he went a little bit Pallet-like. That was treble 4 double 16. And Graham Hall does find the first leg in 17 darts, so he did need that grounding in this game just to plant the seed of doubt in Pallet's mind.
Second leg, David to throw first. Game on.
I've had an interesting question on social media about equipment.
140.
You can see from these two players, and this is why I bring it up in this game, they're using a very similar flight. In fact, they're only different by colour.
96.
They're using a standard plastic stem and a cylindrical pencil-like dart. These are very conventional setups.
60.
They wouldn't have been out of place in the 90s or even the 80s. But Mike Garrett has been in touch asking about a lot of people using a flight and stem combination,
55.
which is one piece. They have become very popular with many of the professionals and a lot of players out there.
94.
I don't really have much in the way of thoughts about it. You just have to find something that works for you, whether it's a traditional setup like this, or whether it's a newfangled piece of kit.
100.
The good thing is, from all of the manufacturers now, as they provide you with a lot of choice. So you can find the setup that you need.
135.
And we're talking about two players here who have not tinkered a great deal in their careers. Graham and Dave
34. David Ducar,
are the kind of players that remind me that they go to the same dart shop or go to the same manufacturer and say, I'll just have more of the same, please. Double top.
52.
Pallett will return for double 10. It's a bit like having a regular coffee and going to the same coffee shop every morning and someone says, I'll just have the regular.
$29. David Ducar, 20.
Double 10. To better Graham Hall's first leg by 1. He won't care as long as he hits it in this visit.
Game shot on the
What he
second
does
leg. David Pallett.
is equalise what Graham did in the first leg. 17 darts is exactly the number that we found in leg 1. What will leg 3 bring us?
Third leg, Graham to throw first. Game on.
Not hitting the heights so far, but there's plenty of time left.
135.
It's at this portion of the day where you know where you could stand going into Friday. Pallett knows he can get 10 points.
100.
Hall knows he can get 4. Ashton is hoping for 8 in the next game. Ryan Finesse just wants to get off the mark. He does not want to go back to Salisbury today.
100.
Indeed, back to his accommodation thinking, I got no points.
$100.
Got to be careful on this number. He's well versed.
137.
He's doing the right things. And there's that 129 number that I mentioned earlier about Pallet. That's the kind of number where he gets a little bit fiddly and thinks, how can I hit this?
95. Graham
What
Newcastle.
other way can I use? Hall doesn't have to worry about that. 72 remain. Make that double 12.
105.
I get the feeling that he's quite fortunate that he didn't leave double 3. That was precariously close to that double 9.
$56. Graham Newcastle, 24.
Double 12 then instead of double 3.
Game shot
And
on
it
the
works
third
out in
leg.
the end.
Graham Hall.
So far, 3 holes of throw in this match. Can Pallett get the break that he needs? But before that, he has to hold himself.
Fourth leg, David to throw first. Game on. $121. $96.
You wonder what the future holds for Dave Pallett. Not on tour, of course. That's why he's here.
140.
You wonder where his next avenue could be for success. He's not playing on the Challenge Tour this year.
100.
He may be focusing on WDF action. I have seen him in some social media postings from the likes of, I think it was the Welsh Open
44.
or indeed the Dutch Open, so he may be focusing on that kind of thing at the minute. It's worked out pretty well for the likes of Thibaut Tricol, friend of the Live League. He was here for quite a lot of action at the end of 2021. Worked out pretty well for Matt Campbell. He ended up having a decision as to whether he wanted to play in the WDF World Championship or the PDC
Graham
World
Yukar,
Championship.
167.
He's now a tour card holder. This would be a game changer.
139.
Hall is playing well.
David Yukar, 68.
Pallet's got to hold on. On double 16.
52. Graham
That
Yukar,
might be
28.
the biggest mistake he's made all day. And let's face it, it wasn't a big mistake.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Hit.
Graham Hall.
And a 14 darter from Graham Hall gives him the chance to serve it out for 4-1 for 2 very valuable points.
Fifth leg, Graham to throw first. Game on.
Graham Hall has been playing the Challenge Tour this year, and he's made a last 16 where he lost out to Scott Marsh. Another friend of the Live League.
135.
But in the very next tournament, the very following day, he made the quarterfinals, where he lost out to Steve Haggerty.
58.
Beating a couple of people en route that I am aware of. Very much aware of Alan Tabban and Davy Prinz, but he also beat Davy Pruston
60.
and Joshua Birksfield. With some good performances in there. High 80s averages or low 90s. Every now and again, that will give you a decent run in a Challenge Tour event. But since then, of course, things have gotten a little bit better for Graham, making the final of the Welsh Masters, where he lost out to Barry Copeland.
92.
So he's got himself a fair few WDF ranking points at the minute. Just wonder where Graham Hall's going to be sitting
58.
come the end of the year. He might indeed get himself a debut at Lakeside in early 2023. That's not on his mind right now.
100.
He's thinking more along the lines of a 4-1 victory against the previously undefeated, well, still undefeated Dave Pallett. I'm not writing him off yet.
$140.
No maximums
Graham
in this
Yukar,
game from either player, which is a
114.
bit of a surprise. But the better averages come from Hall. No match dart. Is this where Pallet
74.
goes a little
David
bit
Yukar,
creative, or does he
105.
stay on the 60s? In previous times, he'd go bull here. That leaves 88. That leaves tops.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
You
David
just
Pallett.
knew it. I've watched so many of his games in the past. He knew exactly what he wanted as soon as he hit that small 17. He got lucky with that
Six
one.
leg, David to throw
The next
first.
two
Game on.
were excellent.
$60.
One thing you do have to say about people's amateur schedules is that it takes money. That's why the likes of Stephen Burton
100.
and Robert Owen have got the freedom to go to any tournaments that they want because they've done really well here. They've banked some good cash.
140.
The money that you can get from the Live League could fund the rest of your season. If you're Stephen Burton, you won a week, then you won a phase in the matter of a week. £8,000 could fund an entire year on the amateur circuit. There is £2,000 up for grabs come Saturday night.
137.
And if you get yourself in the top 3 on Saturday night, you'll be in Champions Week for a crack at 6,000. That Champions Week in this phase, phase 4, will start on the 5th of July.
124.
These guys want to be
David
there.
O'Carr, 164.
But before they can even think of that, they must make Saturday. Lovely thinking from Pallett. And lovely execution he's not done with yet. This is taking the same shape as the previous game. Someone massively in front who was being pegged back.
100. David O'Carr, 36.
Double 18.
Game shot
And
on
we're
the
going the
sixth leg.
distance
David Pallett.
once again. On the occasion that we saw it being 3-3 in the previous game, it was the person who did not have the darts winning the match. Will that be the case here?
7th and final leg. Graham to throw first. Game on.
Dave Pallett is hoping so. If Graham Hall does not win this leg, it's very unlikely
96.
that he's going to make the top 2 tomorrow. And it could be his second visit here to the Live League, playing well and being eliminated before Saturday.
140.
Not getting a match dart when he had that 1-1-4 finish at 3-1 up
85.
has cost him hugely. There's only one thing on Dave's mind.
100.
He doesn't want to lose today. He doesn't need these 2 points as much as Graham, but he doesn't care. Another 2 points in this match will make things easier for tomorrow. Might switch now.
59.
Any switch there would have got him to a finish. A 19s, an 18s, a 17s. But after 3 visits, it's still Graham Hall who has the darts, but only just.
100.
And still only just. He couldn't take 1-1-4 for the match. How about 1-2-4?
60. Graham O'Carr, 124.
Costly visit there for Dave. Zero pressure on this 1-2-4. And that's not going to help. Pallett has got a bucket full of options on 142. 2 60s for double 11. 2 treble 17s for tops. You could even go 2 treble 19s, double
David O'Carr,
14.
142.
Pick your route, Dave. I'm actually quite surprised. 72 left. Is he going for the 60? Why would you go
90.
for the one target that's blocked on the
Graham
board?
O'Carr, 95.
You'd have to ask him. Now, Graham, to finish on 4 points for the day, you need 5 in tops or the equivalent of double 16. Very well done.
Graham Hall.
Clinging on to Group C is Graham Hall, and he's inflicted the first defeat of the day on Dave Pallett. A very close last leg. Here you see the final dart of his day. Plumb in that 32 bed. A super shot. You can see his average was very good at 92, but Pallett came back around about 3 or 4 points from his day and allowed him to get that opportunity. Having the darts in that match was enormous. Having the darts in the last match of this session for Ryan Finesse could be key, as he still tries to get 2 points away from Lisa Ashton. That's the last match coming right up. Anyone up for one more match? Of course you are. You've got time in your schedule for one more match, and we've got plenty of time here on Sporty Stuff TV. Lisa Ashton will now take on Ryan Finesse for 2 more points to finish up Thursday's action in Group C. Here's me thinking it's Friday already. It's not Friday. It's Thursday, and Ryan Finesse is probably wishing it was Friday. 0 points at the bottom of the table, and that is the only thing that can change.
First leg is Ryan to throw first.
His position can't.
Game on.
As for Lisa Ashton, she's got 6 points and +4. She can't catch Dave Pallett in first position.
61.
But she can get really close. A win here against Ryan Finesse, who's struggled today.
139.
And she will be in a superb position for qualifying tomorrow. And if you think about the way she's played today,
83.
I'm not going to bat against her. If anything, she's been getting better day on day.
58.
Ryan's performances today have been somewhat inconsistent.
60.
Started with a 4-3 loss to Ryan Finesse, and sometimes you find that people struggle if they don't get a win
94.
early. After that, he lost to Dave Pallett, again with an 89 average, and then lost with another 89 average
59.
against Conan Whitehead. So you can see a pattern occurring here. He has been consistent in one matter, but he hasn't been getting over the line.
95.
He did regress a little bit in his 4th game against Colin Osborne with an 82 average, losing by 4 legs to 1. But that didn't surprise me.
Car 115.
When you're constantly losing, you start to lose a little bit of oomph.
59. Ranu car 138.
This game's going to keep Paul Hinks on his toes. It's rather rapid. Went for the 2 treble 20 option for double 9.
114.
It
Lisa
almost
car
paid
56.
Off. Double top for Lisa.
Game
First
shot on the
leg
first
breaker
leg.
throw
Lisa Ashton.
in 18 darts. I don't know how she gets those big darts so close together. But look at this. Magnetized.
Second leg, Lisa to
Doesn't
throw
matter what the darts
first.
look
Game
like.
on.
It's where they end up that matters. Remember that, young players.
140.
Find something that works. It doesn't matter that it looks cool, as long as it lands in the right spot.
100.
Too often I see young players wanting to try something new. Just because it's been released doesn't mean it's going to work.
100.
I had a very good conversation with Ryan Finesse last year. He was
100.
on the hunt for a set of my old darts because he only had 1 set, but he has found another set since then. A set that are no longer in production.
100.
Some people have a dart that they want and they want to use. My advice is,
60.
if you find a
Lisa
dart that
car
works,
161.
buy multiple sets of them. Future-proof yourself.
99.
I think Lisa might have a lunch reservation at 2:15 local time because she's in a hurry.
$93. Lisa car 62.
And if she is in a hurry, she wants to get rid of this now. And she might.
Game
does.
shot on the second leg. Lisa
She
Ashton.
can get rid of legs so quickly. Some people
Third
were
leg,
just
Ryan to
born
throw
to throw
first.
darts.
Game on.
And I really do think that Lisa is one of those people.
180.
That's better from Ryan. First 180 of the match comes from him. And yet again, you can see from his average, he's not playing poorly.
140.
The timing of the opponent is just better.
60.
He's going to feel a bit like a dynabolt hammered into the ground and he can't get out.
140.
Ashton is just finding 140s for fun all of a sudden. She's now got 3 of them, as well as 3 ton-plus shots. It's a remarkably consistent
45.
performance. She started with a 4-3 victory against Conan. Just
42.
under a 92 average. Then won 4-0 against Colin Osborne, only averaging 81, so she took all of her chances there.
140.
Also got a win against Graham Hall by 4 legs to 2. And the only person she's lost to today was Dave Pallett. And admittedly, Dave was better than her
58.
at that point, averaging
Brand new car
97.
76.
That doesn't help. That does.
56.
If
This
this
car
goes,
121.
Finesse is going to think his balloon has been deflated fully. Double 14.
93. Brand new car 20.
Lovely guide. No longer needed.
Game shot on the
Yeah,
third
great
leg.
shot there.
Ryan Furness.
Double 5 is not an easy switch from double 10 when you've missed it already twice. So fair play to Ryan for hitting that shot there. Well done.
Fourth leg Lisa to throw first. Game on.
The likelihood of him qualifying through this group in this position is
60.
very small, unfortunately, with prospectively 2 players on 8 points, 4 wins ahead
59.
with 5 games to go. If Ryan has any sort of hope of making the top 2 in this group, he must win this game.
100.
He has had previously a win in Group C, and it was the week that he won in the last phase. He had a bad Thursday, and a brilliant Friday.
180.
He had a faultless Friday. Whatever happens, he might need a faultless Friday once again.
135.
What he has got is 2 maximums. And still an opportunity to win the match.
41.
But Ashton is bearing down on leg 4. Better than he is.
60.
Just lobs that one a bit too high. Denies herself a shot at a 106 as opposed to a 146.
100. Lisa car 146.
Might not matter.
90. Brand new car 121.
There are times when you just need to hit these. And in the words of John Cena, your time is now.
96. Lisa car 56.
Double top.
Game show on the
Ashton
fourth
just
leg.
too
Lisa
good on the
Ashton.
doubles. 60% so far. 3 hits from 5. And if she gets a chance, she's going to win the match.
Fifth leg Ryan to throw first. Game on.
She's not the kind of person who fluffs her lines by missing loads of match darts. She's really good at closing
100.
the deal.
$60.
Let's not forget, Lisa Ashton hasn't just won 4 world titles. She's won a hell of a lot more than that.
100.
She's won a title in Australia. She won the Australian Open back in 2019.
140.
She won pretty much every major on offer for the ladies in the history of the game. She's won the World Trophy 3 times.
140.
Find the Darts Masters twice. World Masters 3 times. As well as a myriad of other
100.
tournaments around the world.
Brand new car
Particularly around Europe.
161.
Great setup from
137.
Ryan.
57.
This is his
Brand new
leg to
car
boss.
24.
And he has
Being shot
bossed
on the
it in
fifth leg,
13
Ryan
darts.
Furness.
And with a leg like that, you just get the feeling that he will think, I can win the next two and win this 4-3.
Sixth leg is Lisa to throw first. Game on.
I'm just trying to look through Lisa's career
140.
to see which event has been her most prolific. I'm not going to count the women's series events because they tend to blend into each other
78.
in the same venue in Barnsley or Milton Keynes or even Niedenhausen, which will house women's series events in August.
96.
They could be key to see who makes their Ali Pali return or indeed their Ali Pali debut at the end of the year. But she's won the World Championship
59.
4 times in 2014, 15, 17 and 18. There's no other tournament
95.
of a ranking perspective that she has won more than 4 times. So maybe the most prolific of her titles is the world title.
43. Lisa car 170.
This would be some way to finish the day.
$60.
Plenty of time left. She has won the Jersey Open 4 times. 4 times in 4 years.
97. Lisa car
Let's see
110.
if she can get 4 legs on a 110. Treble 18 is still the target.
86.
And she finds it. Puts herself 200 in front.
$60. Lisa car 24.
Could be the last shot of this Group C action for this afternoon.
Game
And double
shot
six
on
is
the match,
found.
Lisa Ashton.
And she's going to finish in 2nd position in the table behind Dave Pallett. A really good display. 90.45 average. And again, the checkouts, the separator for me, because when she gets to those doubles, she doesn't squander them whatsoever. A huge, huge opportunity for her to qualify for the finals tomorrow. You'll have to join us from 9:30 a.m. to see if she can. From 2nd position, you can see that Dave Pallett is at the top on leg difference. They will be the favourites, but Conan Whitehead and Colin Osborne aren't that far behind. The early matches tomorrow will be key. But before we get to that, we've got some more darts for you tonight on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 p.m. I'll be live with the guys from around 8:30 to give you some tips about what's going to happen tonight. But at 10 p.m, Sporty Stuff TV live, we will have Group B action with a whole host of players. There will be 5 of them, and 3 of those will qualify over the next couple of nights. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon, and in about 8 hours' time, we'll have more darts for you. See you then. This is Yasset signing out for now.